Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Welcome to this amazing event that we have. I'm so excited to be with you today, Justin. Always excited to be with you and with all of the attendees that we have. Look at that. We have a lot of people joining us today. How you doing, Justin?
Live, right? Because we're on YouTube, LinkedIn, and I think a few other things. And yeah. Let's see. And I know some of these, and I think some of these folks were on our Twitter Space talk last night, which was it's pretty awesome. I mean, what we're trying to do here is build up that blue team community. And we started with that last night. For those of you who missed it, we had a Twitter Space, which is just a audio bridge, basically, where anybody can talk. And that was very open-ended. We're just trying to see like where you're focusing on. And I mean, the title of this event is what? New Year, New Start. It's not for us. It's for you, right? We're trying to figure out how can we help each other balancing the work-home life, figuring out the really cool technical things that are starting to trend in 2022, and really build up that socialization, that community, that network where we can plug in and just kind of, yeah, come on. You've all seen like the motivational picture you put on the wall where someone's reaching down and pulling them up the mountain, right? Come on, determination. Or that might not be that one. So, I'm excited too. Ismael and I are going to be co-hosting this, but we're going to be bouncing on forth a lot because it's good stuff and it's all about you. So, Ismael, what do we have up for everybody today?
Well, first of all, this is our second year, right, that we do this. And this is not like some of the other events that we do that are more formal, right? Obviously, we have like some agenda and we have a schedule. So hopefully we're going to, follow that. But it's going to be very relaxed.
A suggestion.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, it's going to be very relaxed. We're going to have friends. We're going to have people that are very well known in the industry, others that might not be that well known, but as you said before, the idea is to learn, is to spend some good time together. It's a Friday, and we're gonna do some cool stuff. So, for example, the first thing we're gonna be doing is we have a panel with 3 experts in threat research. We're gonna be asking them questions like, what are the things that they have seen in 2021 that surprised them the most? But the whole purpose of this is a cyber defense, a blue teaming, as you can tell, right? Blue. Although your blue is a bit lighter blue, but it's okay, Justin.
Dark mode is just not for me. I'm sorry.
There you go. So we don't just want to talk about threats. We want to talk about what we can do to counteract those. And we'll spend some time talking about techniques, skills, tools, and tactics that we can follow.
And we want to get this personal, like Twitter, right? You did you just posted this morning, like, we want to know you behind the screen. And right now there's this picture of Ismael doing some rocking out on the guitar. And
pretending that I can play. Yeah. Pretending that I can play the guitar. Yeah, so the whole idea, again, this is a fun day. We want to socialize and have fun. We were talking about how important it is to have hobbies and to show people that we're not just like doing cyber all the time. Like sometimes we do, right? And especially in 2021, we've had very little free time. But what do you guys do when you're not defending against the bad guys? So we have this Twitter thread that it's going right now, and it has the hashtag all around defender and the hashtag stories behind people. So upload a photo of you doing something fun. You like climbing, you like sailing, you like flying planes. We're going to talk to some people that you might be surprised they do these fun things. Where, Justin, last year you gave us a tour of your farm. That was epic. Everybody remembers that. I can't believe it was a year ago. And we have people from all over the world, right? Tracy from Cayman Island. Wow. Philippines. Ivan. Brazil. Kelvin. That's so awesome. So, yeah, show us what you do. You like cooking? You like playing sports or an instrument?
I like to eat your cooking. So if you cook, let me know.
Yeah. Recipes. Yeah, recipes. So that's something we're going to be keep going, and we're going to ask our guests today, what do they do when they're not doing cyber things? And that will lead into the second panel. Oh, giveaway!
Hey,
yes.
Don't forget the giveaway. We're doing like random giveaways.
Go for it.
Just got to do some all-around defender chats because we're going to randomly select folks and give away some cool Sans gear. Actually, maybe on one of the breaks, I'll run up and grab the hoodie. I love the hoodie, although to be honest, I never wear it because my wife always wears it. Which, hey, she looks good in it too. So, so let's keep the chat going. Let's make this interactive, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We keep an eye on the chat we're seeing right now. We have a tech talk starting at right after the panel, 11 a.m. Eastern time, with David Barroso. He's the CEO of Countercraft, and he's going to be sharing one of his specialties and what his company does, which is cyber deception. So he's going to be talking about an open source project, MITRE Engage, and how, well, not open source, like a MITRE project, and how it will help defenders in 2022. So looking forward to that, and we will have David in the next panel as well. Then after that, we're going to have a session where I will pretend that I know something about Pandas, Jupyter notebooks, and visualizations. Again, we're going to keep it fun. So we're going to be learning. The only requisite for this is that you know a little bit of Python. And I'm going to be sharing Jupyter notebooks. I'm going to be sharing all the notes with you so we can interactively, have fun with some data and see what we can do with this. It might be one of your goals for 2022 to learn more about data science. And it's always one of my goals, right? To learn more about these things every year. During the lunchtime, we have a special talk. Justin, you want to talk about Stef's talk?
Yeah, so Stef Rand is one of my favorite presenters. So she's here. Totally call out to you. She's just absolutely fantastic. And she's going to come in and she's going to talk about burnout, but not just from the way you normally hear it talked about. Because burnout, I don't know if some of you noticed, but sometimes it feels like we blame burnout on you, the individual, like it's your fault you're burnout. And it's not always just your fault. Like sometimes there are organizational cultures, policies, there are things that contribute to your burnout. And so Stef, because she knows what she's doing, she's going to talk about it from different angles and try to help you as an individual, but also like if you're in management, supervisor, higher level, like let's take some ownership of that too, because you can exude change and help fix the burnout problem yourself. You actually have a lot of power there. So she's going to talk through burnout in some very interesting ways. Hopefully you've not heard before. And she's a fantastic speaker. So that'll be a nice segue lunch break, just not for her. So hopefully she doesn't get burnout, right? And then after that, we're going to go into a panel. This one is going to be myself, Ismael, and Brian Carroll. I don't know if Brian's ever openly spoke at one of the summit events, but he's one of the smartest guys I know. And what we're trying to do is just talk about maybe you're new to cybersecurity. Where do you start? Maybe you're seasoned. Where do you continue to go? How do you make sure you're not obsolete? And what if you're somewhere in the middle? And I know we put on there like what books, and we'll talk about books. We'll talk about videos. We're going to talk about really it's a panel. It's not really a talk. We're going to talk about anything. If you put things on chat, we might talk through those as well. But we're trying to help everybody level up their game, whether that's personal, technical, social, you name it. Plus, we got a few little gifts kind of that we're giving to the community, mentor sessions that we'll talk about and things like that. So I'm very passionate about that. I'm going to tap the brakes. Otherwise, I'll just start going into that. But that will be our panel after lunch. And then should we? I almost feel like making Steven introduce his own, but I won't do that. You want to talk about Steven's talk?
Yeah. So Steven is our director of marketing at SANS, and he's going to talk about how to boost your online presence in 2022. So you can see the afternoon is going to be more relaxed. We're not just going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about skills, about things that are important in our careers as well. Personal life and professional life. And for many of you, like building a strong online presence, it's important, especially at a time where many might be looking for another job. Companies are going through different stages and mergers and acquisitions. And there's a lot of, it's very dynamic, let me say right now. So this might be something you're really interested in. And Steven is the master of that. So you want to listen to him and look forward to that one. And then finally, well, not almost finally, we have a last panel, the stories behind the people. And that's where we're going to have Andy, one of our instructors, also from SANS, and other guests as well that will join us to share with us what do they do when they're not fighting evil. So keep sharing on Twitter. Remember, we have that hashtag all around Defender, stories behind people, and share your photos. I can see some photos from people that we know well, like playing DJing in a party, playing drums, and a lot of fun stuff. So we will share some of these photos at the end of the session. Oh, and we'll have a Twitter Spaces in Spanish at the end of that. So if you want to join us, you speak Spanish or you want to learn Spanish, you will be able to join us, and that will be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. All righty. So let's get started with the first panel. And Justin, you're free to stay, or if you want to go for a coffee, you feel free to do whatever you want. But we're going to welcome John Fokker, David Barroso, and MITRE Stef to this panel. Thank you very much for joining us today. How are you guys doing? You can unmute yourselves. Yes, I see you. Excellent. So let me introduce our guests. We have, let me start with David. David Barroso, he's the CEO of Countercraft, a company that specializes in providing cyber deception and counterintelligence products. David has a very extensive career in cybersecurity. I've known him for quite a long time. Prior to funding this business that he's a CEO of now and developing this cyber deception platform, he was instrumental in setting up 11 Paths, Telefónica's flagship cybersecurity business, and led the cybercrime division at a leading pure-play European cybersecurity company. And David is recognized globally for his contributions to the industry. He's a regular speaker and lecturer and thought leader with experience in Black Hat, RSA conference, and many more. So thanks for joining us, David.
Yeah, thank you, Ismael. It's great to be here.
We also have John Fokker. John Fokker is the head of cyber investigations for the ATR team, Advanced Threat Research Team in McAfee Enterprise. And so we have a chance to work together a lot. And prior to joining the team, you worked at the National High-Tech Crime Unit, the Dutch National Police Unit, that's dedicated to all sorts of cybercrime, right? So maybe we would love to learn more about that, where you led the data science group focused on threat intelligence research. John is also one of the co-founders of the No More Ransom project. And before joining the National Police in the Netherlands, he served in the Special Operations and Counterterrorism Group of the Royal Netherlands Marine Corps. Oh, I can't say that. I found it on the internet, so it must be true. It was on the internet, so it must be true, John.
That's true. What's on the internet is always true. Thanks for having me, Ismael.
Good to have you. And Dimitri, another extensive career in cybersecurity. Since 2010, you've been heading the global research and analysis team for Latin America for Kaspersky. And he oversees the company's experts anti-malware development work in the region. More than 20 years experience. It doesn't look like that, Dimitri. You look like 20. So I don't know how you've been working for 20 years.
You're so kind, Ismael. Yes, and thank you for having me here.
And he's got a lot of experience in online fraud, cybercrime, high-profile attacks against financial and government institutions, especially in Latin America. And that's your focus as of today, right? Providing threat intelligence reports to the financial industry in Latin America. And you're also a regular lecturer and trainer, instructor, participating in webinars and interviews all over the world. So we're really pleased to have you with us today. All right. After this extensive introduction, so you can see how awesome our guests are, let's talk a little bit about what do you think is going to happen in 2022? But I know that these predictions are sometimes hard. So let's start with discussing what has surprised you the most in 2021. One of the best definitions, and it's not mine, I cannot claim is mine, but it's definitely the one I like the most, of threat intelligence that I've ever heard is threat intelligence is the art of taking the adversary by surprise, right? So what has taken you by surprise in 2021? And there's no specific order. Feel free to unmute yourself and talk, and we'll keep the conversation going.
Sure. I'll bite the bullet. Funny enough, and I think all of us in the room and every defender out there, and I'll address the elephant in the room, is like the Log4j stuff took everybody by surprise. But that was not what surprised me. I'm actually, and that's kudos to every defender out there. What I was really surprised by was our collective response and how decentralized everybody just pulled their weight and they're like, oh, darn, we need to fix this thing. And right now, and I was actually surprised that in spite of being very severe, that a lot of defenders just like, okay, well, we'll have to work the weekend. And they just went in and they did the job. So that's, for me, it was a really, really good surprise. Something that I was like, I was part of we were all working busy, but then looking over your shoulder and looking left and right of you, you could see people just putting their hours in. And that to me was like, for an industry that is like mostly to ourselves and we have like competition and all that stuff, but we're all working together to solve this issue. That was a pleasant surprise for me.
Very nice.
Yeah, I totally agree with John. But also a surprise was that many of the big incidents that happened last year were related to those huge dependencies we have, either in like open source components like Log4j, but for instance, also in your supply chain as well. No, like we remember the SolarWinds incident. So it's always about dependencies. So wasn't a big surprise, but I think it's something not to emphasize that many of the big incidents, if we forget about ransomware, but many of the big incidents happen because of the dependencies we have, either with software or with other providers. So I think that was for me also like a kind of surprise as well.
I agree with the guys. Yeah, those stuff like first it was proxy logon. You remember the proxy shell, Log4j, and it's like it's just crazy, patching. And essentially, I think we were pretty much comfortable with hunting for implants on the endpoints, servers, but everything's like inside of the network. But we somehow we stopped caring about those vulnerabilities on the web platforms and others, and eventually the industry went to the cloud, and the major players like big customers, intelligence agencies, everybody is in the cloud. So when they started like abusing those vulnerabilities, it became like a mess, because we saw that, for instance, Log4j, it was abused by all sort of APT threat actors, cybercrime, and just some, like digital currency miners. So it was a mess. And also probably the other like also story, which is not so pleasant, that's the NSO group, with all those implants targeting Western countries, even like UK. It's hard because, basically, it's everywhere. And ransomware, of course, also attacking our critical infrastructures.
So what do you think, based on, I heard from John that it looks like we're doing better at working together and faster, right, to counteract some of these threats. Is there anything like negative that it seems that we're not fixing or that we're doing worse as we move on? I think it's important to reflect, right, critically on what we're doing good and what we need to work on to improve. Is there anything that you think that we could be doing better? Like, for example, I'm thinking about Log4j, and the first thing that I thought of when I looked at this was the shell shock, for example, the hard bleed that we had back in what was it, 2014, and it was kind of similar, right? It feels like every few years we have something like this going that is like, oh my goodness, we have to find out where we have that library, where we. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Ismael. I think that every year we'll have something new. We had, shell shock was a kind of disaster, because also was something that was wormable, so it could be warm with shell shock, and we still see many hits trying to exploit shell shock. Also Heartbleed, also all the leak of the information that was happening after exploiting. So I guess that every year we'll still see new type of exploits that exploiting vulnerabilities that either will be wormable. So will be, for instance, the question was with Log4j if we could see a worm exploiting Log4j. No, and so far I think we haven't seen any. But I think that's something that will keep happening, and that's something that, as John was saying, if the community or we as defenders work together, I think we can be better prepared. But still, there are, for me, in the negative side is that even though I think we've been working very well together, there are still some silos or information silos, where information is shared perhaps in very small communities, and sometimes the information is not shared with all the defenders or all the bigger community. But that's something that, of course, is difficult because of trust, because of relationships. But that's something that I think we need to keep improving.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
There's something that I'm like, well, my personal, what we call personal negative, or things that I see. There's a couple of things. There's like one where we're not always as good as doing the basic stuff. And sometimes we need to go down and dirty and do some basic security hygiene that will prevent a lot worse. And a lot of times we look at like new silver line boxes or solutions that will solve our problems. But yeah, having a strict AD policy, reviewing that all the time, making sure that everything's solid. Those are like network segmentation, all this basic stuff. If you do that right, that will solve a lot of your problems. And when it comes to threat intelligence, because we're here all as practitioners, I really feel like we're not always reaching the right audience. So we're really good at disseminating the threat, but we often communicate what we found to people of our own level of technical capability or better, mostly industry peers, but it doesn't always land on the desk where it needs to be. And if you just look at all the victims from ransomware, those human operators, the big game, or the big game hunting ransomware families, most of those victims, except for a couple of like Fortune 500 companies, are companies that had no threat intelligence program. They were not aware of the threat. And I feel that for me personally, it's like I fail at that, because I spent my whole day looking at ransomware and all kinds of threats, but apparently we're failing. We're not good enough at making sure that the people who matter the most, the potential victims, are actually alerted and they take the right precautions. So I think that's for me as a threat intelligence practitioner, I can improve on that significantly, making sure that what we found or all the things that matter get disseminated in the right way and land at the right audience where it matters, and convince those people it's like, okay, it's time to not only have your single AV or your DAT file, you need to take more steps, a better approach to security, because this is a real risk to your company.
And I like to see the fact that we are learning, like, again, I remember that time, like, I don't know, 15 years ago, when it was time of worms, the community used to work together a lot. I mean, we really worked together. And then eventually when the worms died, we just started like working, here's my own property, here's my corner, so I have my own intelligence and such. Now with those, like, again, like global outbreaks with all sort of, threats, so we are getting back on the track again, like, oh, let's communicate, let's start sharing, let's make a joint announcement, a joint response. That is something great. And the proof of that, we just saw yesterday an arrest of the ransomware group in Ukraine, and today it was in Russia. They just arrested the remaining members of our evil group. It was so good. I was just like watching, the recordings and saying, good job.
So it seems that communication, right? Maybe not the technical skills, but more like the soft skills, is still paramount, right? And it's something that we can continue to improve on, based on what you know of the. And I'm trying to avoid to use the threat landscape because it sounds like so, but I did it. I guess I did it already.
Do we have a bingo chart for this?
Yeah. Based on what you know, based on you spend a lot of your day like tracking adversaries and the so-called TTPs, right? Their tactics, techniques, procedures. based on what we have seen in 2021, what are some of those things that those listening to us should start doing if they're not doing today, if they're not doing right now? John, you started with some of those, but can we expand a little bit? What are the first steps? Sometimes we think about just products, or we think about zero trust, or all these different buzzwords. But as you said before, it starts with the basics. What are some of those things that you have seen that work well as a first layer of defense?
One thing that comes to mind is like asset management. I can imagine if you're a big organization, you're a defender, there's mergers and acquisitions, you have your network, your attack, well, basically the attack surface changes day by day. If you do not have a clear visibility of like what's the status, what's running where, and that's one of those things that is not nice to do, and it's very boring and it's very difficult, but it will give you a lot of visibility of, okay, what are the potential entry points? What will be the impact of a certain CVE? Because we now live in an era where CVEs are weaponized within hours, and attacks will happen. So if you do not have control of your attack service, and it's difficult, I admit, that's something you need to you're going to be vulnerable. So asset management, and the same goes like, well, then you have multi-factor network segmentation, and like the Active Directory, we're eager to add new users to lists, but we're not as eager to purge and audit our own Active Directory to make sure that there's no holes or any loopholes inside. So these are just some few things that come to mind for me.
Yeah, I think also I would add logging, because how many times have you been in an incident where you didn't find any logs and it was impossible to find what happened? So I think logging is something that is not cheap, because depending on the software you are using, can be an open source software, can be a commercial product, but logging is key. And nowadays we can use Sysmon, we can use in the endpoint, we can use any of the open source network analysis tools that are collecting the information from the network on getting as many logs as you can. I think that's vital, because you will need them. So investing in the robust and strong logging strategy, I think that's something that it will be very beneficial in the future.
Yeah, and I totally agree with the guys. It's actually very, very easy, steps to implement, and it's basically the rule is like 20-80. Do just 20% and reach 80% of protection. Maybe I would also start, I don't know, like logs on the endpoints. It's great, and also tapping the internet connection. Especially having something like out of the band, basically not logging on the traditional network devices you have, but also something out of those devices, because if they compromised, all the logs may just go away. And sometimes, unfortunately, I don't know, it depends on the region, but in some regions, like say like Latin America, maybe others as well, people, they don't have logs at all. I mean, it's like they resist, to implement it. And it's so bad. So probably they may also to start using then Yara rules, because Yara, it's for the files. If you don't have logs, okay, you can go for hunting through the logs. Okay, go and hunt with the files you have on your servers. On your desktop. So yeah.
You froze there for a second, Dima, but we were able to hear that. Yeah. So. I think that's interesting, and some of you are actually mentioning things like having a list of the components, the dependencies. I think both John and David, right? You talked about dependencies, things we have learned from Log4j and other threats. So asset inventory, right? Visibility, having the right visibility, tapping the network. And some people might say, well, but traffic is encrypted, right? 90% of the traffic is going to be encrypted or more. But there's still benefit in seeing the type of the pattern that traffic has, and there are many ways in which that can be seen, even with NetFlow data, right? Like try to establish a baseline and try to detect deviations of that. Now, by the way, I'm keeping an eye on the chat, so please keep the comments going. I'm trying to take notes, and we have some time at the end of the session where you can ask your questions to the guests. So please keep those coming. And some of you were asking about what John mentioned on the right audience, hitting the right audience. Who is that right audience? And what are some of the tips that you would share, all of you, on how to build a proper CTI program, one that is practical, right? Because many of those that are listening to us today, they're not a large financial institution. They don't have like 10 threat intelligence analysts tracking, APTs and nation states. It could be like last night we had in a Twitter space somebody that is an all-around defender. The definition of an all-around defender: one single guy that is defending a school district, and he's also the IT guy. So he manages everything: security, IT, one single guy to defend a whole school district. How can we make threat intelligence practical to somebody like that? And who will be the right audience for these type of organizations? Some ideas?
Yeah, that's. I often look at it from my own point of view, but in this case, yeah, the guy is, well, that individual, I don't know if it's a guy, but he would have to disseminate what we're writing as vendors or as security researchers, or the research that we do, and he has to translate it to his own situation, and then he has to translate it. What does this mean for the business, or what does this mean for the greater organization? And that's always difficult because we like to be in the nuts and bolts. We like to really go down deep. But the impact of what it causes, and maybe that's the, I won't call it benefit, but that's the maybe the small upside of all these attacks, that it becomes front and center. It's frontline news. It's like headline news. It's like, I cannot remember any time when we had an interview for the Dutch news, and there were like monikers of underground actors, and they were talking about forums on the front page of the newspaper. I was like, wow, this is actually really good, because you reach a really broad audience. You make people aware, and it's difficult, but you need to give these people tools that are simple enough, and let us, like as the security researchers, do the heavy lifting and offer them. Let it be, nice countermeasures that are easily deployed, that don't cost a lot. It's universal. Like, I'm a big fan of like Yara, what Dimitri said, but I'm a fan of Sigma, of all kinds of rules. Heck, there's initiatives out there that map MITRE attack techniques to native window policies. So you can already block like 60 or 70%, at least block or get visibility on some very, very common techniques. And all that stuff that you can do. But for the practitioner, it's not only applying these things, but bringing up that conversation with the person who makes the difference, and saying like, hey, we have a school district, and it's not only, and it's difficult, I understand, because it's more easy to invest in a new playground because you can see the result than it is to like, well, we need to actually invest in cybersecurity because that's invisible.
Yeah, I think that John raised a very good point. For instance, with MITRE attack, I think almost the entire industry, we adopted attack, because we thought it was a good idea and was something coming from MITRE, so we all love MITRE. So I guess that if we could have something similar when talking about threat intelligence, not talking about TTPs, but talking about something more actionable for that person that is both an IT guy and the security guy. But I know that's complicated. But also, on the other hand, I think that perhaps we as a security industry, perhaps we are failing to those people, because every single IT asset that that person is managing, or every single security product that he's using or she's using, I think should be protected by default. So it's like if you are driving a car, you have a lot of protection. So there are many different things happening at the same time, so you are very well protected. So I think we need to try to get to that scenario where a normal IT person is already protected, and if he needs or she needs something coming from the industry, it should be with a common format. That could be Sigma, could be Yara, could be anything that the industry adopts, but something that is common for everyone. But still, I think we are a bit far away from that scenario, I think.
Yeah, and threat intelligence shouldn't be so complicated. We have so many great tools. Probably what we are missing, it's like trainings, trainings, public level, easy trainings. I mean, not necessarily or let's say like all sort of like trainings, very professional, like for the beginners, just to let them understand first what is what, how to use that. And then it's just to start using all those great tools and technologies we have now. And another day, you remember, Ismael, we saw it, I think, on a social network. It was like, IT must report to security, not the opposite. That is like the thing. I strongly believe so. That must be the formula, not the opposite.
Right. I think what I hear from all of you is that we have to make this more approachable, right? We have to use probably a more approachable language, more approachable tools, so we can operationalize this threat intelligence better. And talking about training, one of the attendees was mentioning even training executives at executive level. That requires like using a different language. I sometimes when I talk about this and operationalizing threat intelligence for a defender, I would say, well, the same way that you profile attackers, you should also profile your management. What are their interests? What do they want to hear, right? What's the language they speak? Some of them might be more technical, others might be less technical. And how can you convey value in what you're doing? Because that is going to give you the support and the budget that you need, right, to continue working. So once again, the non-technical skills or the soft skills are very important.
Yeah, there's one I would like to add. Sorry, Ismael. Is like,
go for it.
I'm a military guy, so tabletop exercises. If you want to get engagement, I'm like, well, try to organize that, because then at least you can convince the higher execs or other people from your point of view, see what the impact is. You can learn from each other's constraints, and you work out the little kinks in the cable, the little difficulties before the proverbial stuff hits the fan.
Very good point. Yeah, tabletop exercises, purple teaming exercises. It doesn't have to be like something super complex. Sometimes when we think of purple teaming, it's like, oh, you have to assemble a whole team. No, it could be just like, okay, let me simulate this particular behavior on this machine. Could an attacker do privilege escalation? And there are lots of tools out there. Maybe we can also share some of those in the chat that can be used for this purpose, and see what effect it will have on one single machine. And then back to what David was saying, visibility. Do we have logs? Can we see it? Alerts, as we were mentioning before. We have seen throughout the last year many of these attacks that they show up on CNN, right, on the front page of the news with, super advanced attacks. And then what do you find when you look at how the attackers actually did that? And many of us, we know this because we know what's happening on these environments. And John, I think you were mentioning this before, like a very weak AD policy.
Yeah.
Passwords with 6 characters, non-complexity, and a machine with RDP open to the internet. That's not really very advanced. So,
yeah.
what David, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say that also, talking about alerts, you need to be afraid of the alert fatigue as well, no? Because every time that you use, well, not every time, but many times you receive tons of alerts. And then, of course, at the beginning, you are going to focus on every single alert. But after 1 or 2 days, you're going to see that is a waste of time, because there are many false positives. And so then you will be, tired of checking out alerts. And so that's something that I guess that's a difficult issue as well. No, how can you get the best alerts that you can focus on? For instance, if you are that IT person that you are alone in your company, which alerts do you want to focus? No, because you can receive lots of alerts from different certs, from the government, from your security products. How can you prioritize everything? No, I think that's also a difficult task for everyone.
Do you think that's a problem that can be solved by tools? Like, are we going to see in 2022 like the one single pane of glass? I'm saying so many bad words here.
I can say like a deep learning, blockchain, blah blah blah. But I don't know.
Learning.
Yeah.
Maybe I have a silver bullet on the shelf somewhere.
Well, knowing that, do you see, for example, like MSSPs or MDR services like having a bigger play in 2022 as people realize that maybe products or tools are not enough by themselves? What are you guys seeing? Or do you think people is going to invest more on training How do you see that evolving in the next year? I know I'm asking tough questions.
Absolutely. We have seen it, and especially during the pandemic, the infrastructure has suffered changes for many companies and now new challenges. So trainings, it's a must. We have seen many people taking trainings in the past. They say, like, man, I don't want to take it. So that is one of the things. And of course, like products with enabled with the like response and products designed to take decisions based on the threat intelligence information and artificial intelligence. It's something which is like will be on demand, of course. And here's the thing: what I see, it's like some sort of also saturation, because at the same time we need those products, of course, and there are many, let's say, initiatives. And is David, he mentioned like a very good point also about the alerts fatigue. Basically we need a like high quality threat intelligence stuff which can produce less noise and more like really relevant detections. So that I think is like the line, the direction we will have to go through, like high quality threat intelligence, high quality professional trainings, and also products based on not on the traditional technologies, let's say like heuristics detections and such, but something more oriented to MITRE and the TTPs and the usage and applications of threat intelligence in real time, like in an automatic mode.
Yeah, I remember when I came into the threat intelligence realm, the cyber threat intelligence realm, and I had a history in the intelligence sector from the Dutch government. And I was like, okay, why are we talking about atomic indicators? There's no context. This is not intelligence. This is just information. This is just data. So what I do see is like a lot of these, if you consider setting up feeds, yes, there could be some very valuable use for having IOCs, but context is also key. You need to understand how they play in a bigger role. And that's something that as an intelligence community for the cyber threat intelligence, CTI community can really evolve in, that we give more context back to the user so they know, okay, this is the story, this is how it applies to. And obviously that goes hand in hand with certain tools that could be in multiple forms. The blog format is very favorable for a lot of researchers, but it's not the best way to disseminate it, not even automatically. And yeah, I think that's something that we really need to change. Looking at the companies, and it's also like the last 2 years, everybody made an overhaul. There's like the whole work climate or the environment that you used to defend has changed. So people made decisions, and I can understand that the financial decision for your company in order to survive was, okay, everybody has to work from home. Okay, how do we facilitate this? So you get kind of a movement towards that, and that was maybe panicky, maybe a fast movement. And I can understand that the defenders were very much comfortable within their current setup that they had, and they were forced to play in a different playing field. And now, when this is actually, well, it is normal. It is what we're in the situation now. It's not going to change back. So you have that hybrid environment. When it looks at training or education, I see that as coming in now, where people are like, okay, so how do I best defend my hybrid environment? How do I do these things? Because things have changed within my current setup. And threat intelligence is obviously one thing of the whole defense strategy then.
Yeah, and not only that, but also our tools also have changed, because perhaps, I don't know, some years ago we were using tools for doing incident response in the endpoint or in the servers or in the Exchange server that we have in our data center. Now we are using Office 365, we are using Google Cloud, we are using AWS, we are using AWS serverless services. So we use S3, we use lots of things where we don't have control of those things, so that we don't have perhaps the logs, we don't have the ability of going physically to a specific data center and take the hard disk out of the server so that we can analyze everything. So I guess that we are in continuous dynamic landscape and we need to keep training ourselves. No, I think that's That's important, and not only because the tools have changed, but also because the threats also are changing. No, and now we see, for instance, with the SolarWinds incidents, where attackers were able to compromise the Office 365 and other cloud assets from the company. So we are not ready for that. So I guess that training is still very important. I think there are still plenty of resources in the internet where you can train yourself, but of course we need something that keeps everything organized. But there are some very good quality blog posts and reports coming every day in the internet that I think we are very fortunate, that we live in these times where such quality content is available for everyone. Right. So I think that's also very good.
And I think when we talk about training, it's not just like technical training on a tool, or sometimes we think about the technology only, right? But when we talk about attackers, we talk about tactics. Mm-hmm. We talk about defenders, we probably don't talk that much about tactics. And it's important. For example, we've been seeing a resurgence of interest in cyber deception. Is there any other tactics, or how do you see deception playing out in 2022? Is that adequate, for example, for the type of threats that we're seeing?
So, of course, I'm a bit biased, but I would say yes, because it's one of our best tools we have as defenders, because it's the only, well, not the only way, but it's one of the best ways to try to engage with adversaries, so that without compromising our production servers or our production endpoints, so we can be able to generate our threat intelligence. I think that's important because John was talking about context. And I totally agree that if we talk about threat intelligence, context is key. Many times we get feeds of IOCs or even messages with the sticks messages, but we don't have the context of where was that happening, who was behind that specific event. So I guess that we need to try to combine the threat intelligence that we are getting from those third parties with the threat intelligence that you can generate by using deception or cyber deception. I think that that's something that is going to be very hot in the next years, because it's one of the best tools that we as defenders we have, because we can not play with attackers, because that's more or less the idea of the honeypots and honeynests back in the 90s and beginning of the century, but trying to gather and collect information that can become intelligence, so that we can then use that intelligence to be better prepared against those attackers. So I totally think that this is a good tool for defenders. Of course, there are many others, but I think that more or less everyone is using deception, perhaps by using open source, by using honey tokens, by using, there are many other components that is using deception. So I guess that's something that is useful and can be one of the best tools for a defender.
I love talking about tactics. So I will be talking about tactics all day long. Deception is one of them, right? But we could talk about zero trust. I think John talked about microsegmentation. Yes, it's not all about the microsegmentation. Start with microsegmentation as well. Some of the tactics that MITRE was sharing as well, like learning, right? Automatically learning with some tools that gives you the ability to do that. Now we have 10 minutes remaining, and I want to make sure that we have time for the audience to ask questions. So I think we have some of those that we can put up on the screen now, and feel free to take any of those questions, or I can just go through the comments. For example, there's Tracy had a question with respect to defending your IT infrastructure. Do you recommend a third party as opposed to your own IT staff? Does it make sense to invest in having a VAR to conduct your patches, updates, and ensure your environment is safe and secure? Any thoughts on that?
Well, actually, I think that this is like a never-ending cycle, where we start using external resources, then in the next cycle, perhaps we use internal resources, and then again in 5-10 years we start using external resources. So it's something that we are stuck in that cycle, that depending on the time of the year, we perhaps are inside of external resources. But I guess that, of course, from my point of view, that I'm an old school guy, I guess that I rather have internal resources that have more knowledge of the internal network or the internal assets, even how the business is running relies on all the different infrastructure. But of course, sometimes you are not able to have those resources because of budget limitations, or nowadays it's difficult to find people. No, everyone is looking for high skilled people, and it's difficult to find them. So it's true that sometimes you need to rely on external resources that they have, perhaps very specialized people. For instance, if you are an industrial company, there are people that are very specialized in OT security and knows how to secure your PLCs and HMIs. Perhaps you don't have someone with that knowledge internally. So I guess that a good balance, a good healthy balance with internal and external people, I think would be the way to go.
Thanks for answering that. And there's a question as well related to training. We've talked about training a little bit. Some of those attending today say, well, training can be expensive. So maybe, I cannot afford that. It's too pricey. What can we do to train ourselves with resources out there? I think you touched on some of it, but are there any specific suggestions that you have, something that helps you, things we can do to improve our skills without necessarily having to pay?
Yeah, I think training can be expensive, but gathering knowledge can be done for free. And yes, I highly value training programs, just like the Sounds program, because it's a fast track to getting where you need to go. But there's a lot you can do by either following the right people, looking and going more in depth. There's a lot of, like we already said, a lot of good blogs, resources out there. I know personally a lot of researchers that had no formal training. They didn't even finish high school, and they're like the brilliant minds of our industry. And they've done it all just by their own inner drive and trying to gain knowledge.
Good point. Do you have any suggestions on?
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes, yeah, John has the point. And there is a lot of or plentiful information on the internet. If the budget is an issue, probably also there's a chance to look for a sponsorship. It's one thing. Another thing is to attend also good conferences, where sometimes also the conference fee already includes some training. That is also great. And it's most of the skills you can develop actually by yourself in reality. But yeah, sometimes because of lack of the time, or like many other stuff to do, it's super worth to consider to pay for that professional training, because the knowledge you will get will help you not like for a month. You can train others, you can develop more skills. So it's an investment. It's not a waste of money.
Webinars, right? For example, at SANS, obviously, we do a lot of webinars regularly. Many of you do webinars and share through your personal GitHub accounts. And we're going to be having a panel later on today with some other colleagues that will be sharing how we learn today, right? Is it like reading books? Is it like watching videos on YouTube? Like I look at my kids, they don't read stuff; they just watch videos. And there's plenty of videos out there as well. So these are things we're going to be discussing. One last question. Daniel was going back to something you said before, John, on the information landing on the wrong desks. What are the right desks for that information to land to?
Excellent question. Yeah, that depends on what your outcome is, obviously. That's if you look at the intelligence life cycle, it needs to be disseminated, and then you need to present it in the right form. And what is your outcome? If you want to showcase how impactful a certain ransomware strain could be, because you have information that's a company in a similar business line, a similar sector as you has been hit, and you want to open up the discussion with senior leadership. So they're like, okay, we need to do something about it. That is a totally different way of disseminating information that I give. Okay, I have the latest IOCs for this ransomware group, and I want to ingest them in my own security systems. Both intelligence, different audience. So it needs to be fine-tuned to the audience and with the goal or the outcome that you would like to achieve. And I admit, that's not easy. that could be pretty tricky sometimes.
Any other comments on that, from David or Dimitri?
No, I think that's well, as John said, it's something that is not easy at all. For instance, we are working with some organizations trying to generate what they call operational level information on top of threat intelligence. So trying to, instead of talk about IOCs and TTPs, that is too technical for them, we are talking about who, where, when, trying to have a very clear messages for, in this case, it's a military organization, so for the high command. So trying to have a very clear message so that they can make decisions without talking about IOCs and TTPs. So I guess that depending on your audience, I think it's totally different.
We're going to be talking more about CTI in one of the next summits we're going to be doing pretty soon. I think it's coming next week, the CTI summit. So we're going to have a lot of information sharing with that as well. Now it's time to wrap up. Time flies when we're having fun. So thanks for joining us today. But before we leave, since we have that topic, with this event on what do defenders do when they're not fighting evil, what are some of your hobbies? What do you guys do to relax, or to spend time with the family, or what do you like? What do you guys like to do?
Well, I can start. So for me, I like swimming a lot, swimming in the sea, and also I play a European sport because I haven't seen that in the US, perhaps in Miami. That is paddle. Okay. Playing paddle, that is similar between tennis and pickleball. Could be something in the middle. So for me, that's something I love, and I play a lot during the week. So those are my two main. Yeah,
that's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually, as we speak, I'm prepping for, in 2 weeks, I'm going skiing. So I'm prepping for that. I like to do that. And then just to keep me fit, I have one of these. So I like to throw around heavy stuff as fast as I can, just to keep a little bit of strength up.
Wow, that's massive.
That's healthy mind and healthy body.
But those of you that haven't seen John before, he's really tall. Like, how tall are you? Like, you're really tall.
6'9". So
6'9". That's impressive, John. Dima, do you lift as well, or?
Well, yeah, it's what I like is to spend time, with the friends, and like a great barbecue. Let's say like a ribeye on the grill with Cabernet Sauvignon from California, or I don't know, Malbec from Argentina. It's great. That is something like we also enjoy very much.
Very nice, and that's important, right? To keep our sanity. We have a lot to do, and times are not easy. So that's important that we also set some time aside for these things.
Well, that's why they developed whiskey.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and we're going to continue listening now to David and his tech talk on MITRE Engage and what it means for cyber defenders. But if you want to hang out for the rest of the session, we'll be on Twitter, we'll be on LinkedIn, we'll be on YouTube. But thanks so much for joining us, David, John, and Dimitri. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Cheers, bye.
Bye.
All right, so we are about to do our first giveaway. If you've not yet done so, I want to encourage you to go ahead and type hashtag #AllAroundDefendo in the chat right now. Again, type hashtag #AllAroundDefendo in the chat right now to be entered for one of our free giveaways. We're starting to see those hashtags come in. Make sure it's spelled correctly. I'm seeing a couple double R's there. So we want to make sure we're getting you entered for this first giveaway. All right. Let's get this set up for you guys. We're up to 63 entries right now. I'm going to share screen so you guys can see what's happening. $79.80 entries. I'm gonna bring Ismael back on the stage and should we do a countdown?
A countdown? Okay.
Like a drum, like a drum roll.
There you go. There you go. We have a drummer here, like somewhere, right in the
All
room.
right, we're almost at 100. We're right at 100. I'm gonna go ahead and pull the trigger.
All right.
See what we got. Let's see who's gonna be our first winner. Let's see.
Wow.
Idalor.
Congratulations.
You are the winner. Exciting.
And how often, can you remind again, Stephen, how often we're going to be doing this?
We're going to be doing these throughout the course of the day. So at some point during every hour, we'll do a giveaway. So make sure you're staying here. Make sure you're typing in hashtag #AllAroundDefender in the chats for that giveaway.
All right, so we're going to be introducing now David again. He's going to be talking about this topic, MITRE Engage, and how will it help defenders in 2022. So, David, welcome back. Looking forward to your talk.
Yeah, thank you, Ismael. Can you see my screen? I cannot see if you can see the slides.
And yeah, we can see your screen right now.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I think we've been talking in the last panel, talking about deception. Perhaps how can we start engaging with attackers? So how can we as defenders do something more? No, and sometimes we talk about many years ago there was the concept of active defense. So trying to not only defend, but in a passive way, but trying to do something more active. And deception, I think, enters in that definition. No? How can we be more active when trying to defend against those attackers? MITRE started working on that after creating Attack. I think Attack appeared like 7-8 years ago. They started thinking about the next step that was trying to help defenders, trying to do something with attackers, and they created Shield. So MITRE Shield appeared I think it was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and was the first attempt from MITRE in order to create a framework similar to Attack, where we could use different techniques and tactics, but instead of trying to define or describe everything that we are seeing from the attackers, trying to define the activities that we as defenders could be doing in order to be better prepared and try to engage with those attackers. So Shield was something that happened 2-3 years ago. And then recently MITRE changed the name and changed also the scope and the goal of that framework to Engage. That's what we are going to talk today. So MITRE Engage, of course, is not so popular as MITRE Attack, but still is something that is in the beta version. I think it's the 0.9 beta version. It's going to be live, the first version, I think, in a few weeks. So it still is something in progress. So if you want to contribute, please go to the Engage website that we'll see in a few seconds and try to help us as much as you can, because I guess that as the more people we contribute to the creation and the definition of this framework, the better. So MITRE Engage, it's if we check the website, that definition of what Engage is, it's as I said, it's a framework of trying to plan engagement, deception, and denial activities. When we talk about deception, sometimes has a negative feeling because it's we are trying to deceive, or we are going to try to lie, lure. So sometimes sounds a bit negative, but in reality, what we are trying to do is trying to use any tools, any tactics we can use in order to try to be one step ahead from the attackers. So in this case, this framework, what we do is based on all the observations that we've observed in the real world, and also all the feedback we or MITRE got from Attack, and they were able to create this framework that is intended to drive strategic cyber outcomes. I think that's important because it's not talking about just deploying honeypots or honeypots and try to see what's happening and engaging with attacker. It's talking about the planning also phase. It's talking about how we are going to do and how we are going to distill and do everything that we are collected, how we are going to convert that into intelligence, or how can we are going to send that information and feedback again to the SOC, for instance, so that they can create better engagement scenarios for the attacker. So in this case, that's the main goal of Engage, trying to first plan what we're going to do of this engagement, of this deception and denial. And of course, we're going to deploy a number of assets and then try to distill and find out what happened so that we can create better scenarios in the future. So that's what is Engage. And Engage, of course, has a matrix as attack has. Of course, it's a smaller matrix. We don't have techniques and sub-techniques because still there are very few what they call activities and approaches. So approaches are the tactics in attack. Activities are the techniques in attacks. So at the beginning, they were using the same names. For instance, in Shield, they were using tactics and techniques, but they changed the name so that they don't collide with the attack tactics and techniques. So we are talking about approaches and activities. So approaches is like a global term and activities are inside specific approaches. Also, they have the definition of goals. So there are some strategic goals and other type of goals. So for instance, the strategic goals is the prepare phase that we can see on the left of the screen and the understand phase that is in the right of the screen. That was I was saying at the beginning. So it's important. I think this is great that they included this type of phases because many times we need to think carefully the scenario that we want to deploy when engaging with an attacker. So it's not just deploying a number of open source tools and see what's happening. No, we need to carefully plan, for instance, define the exit criteria or create specific scenarios with personas. Perhaps we need to create an administrator with username and passwords, and there is a file with those username and passwords pointing to an RDP that we have in the network so that we can detect if someone is stealing those credentials. And of course, we need to create everything like a story. That's important. The storyboarding phase that also is in the prepare phase or activity. And then, of course, at the end of everything, we need to try to understand what happened. So, for instance, we can see on the right of the screen, we can see the distill intelligence, activity, hot words, inform the threat model, and of course, refine everything so that we can start again. So I think those are key phases or key approaches that we have in Engage, and we'll have a look to them in a few seconds. And also you can see that in the middle, we have more the operational stuff. So of course, we're going to expose the attacker. We're going to try to affect, that's in the middle, and elicit as well. So in the expose, of course, we're going to use from the classic honeypots. Those are the decoys, artifacts, and systems. So the idea is the same. So deploying could be Linux, could be Windows, could be IoT systems, could be OT devices, PLCs, could be, cloud services like, Office 365, Google Workplace, AWS machines, anything that we're going to use as decoys. And of course, from those decoys, we need to collect information of what the attacker is doing in those decoys. But also there are other many activities that we can do, not only honeypotting or using decoys. So of course, we can monitor the network, trying to find any hints of what's happening. We can, of course, monitor the system activity of even production servers or endpoints by using from open source components like Sysmon to your favorite ADR. So you can, of course, use your EDRs or your Sysmon in order to deploy and use MITRE Engage, because you can, of course, create complex or simple scenarios where you're going to try to engage with attacker in places that can be easily renewable or can be easily deleted if the attacker is doing something nasty. So, of course, system activity monitoring, usually by monitoring the API of the system calls. So trying to monitor what's happening, all the new files created in the system, register keys, if it's a Windows system, or new scheduled jobs, if someone writes something in the Chrome, in a Linux server. So trying to monitor as much as you can. And then you can then affect the attacker. No? How can we do it? For instance, we can from trying to isolate everything that they are doing so that they are not going to jump to other production servers, and then perhaps you want to stop everything that's happening, or perhaps you want to add some security controls that if the attacker is trying to brute force one of your decoys, you want the attacker to compromise the system so that the attacker can log in and then execute commands that you want to collect. So then you can change the security controls of the Linux server, for instance, the SSH, and then allow the attacker to log in after, 3 bad login attempts. So you can play with everything, and that's part of the effect that you can do. And then you can, of course, elicit where you want to perhaps waste the time of the attacker by perhaps giving wrong answers to the commands they are executing, or perhaps if they are querying the Active Directory, also giving them false answers from the Active Directory, adding new usernames in the middle so that the attacker thinks there are more users that the users that are in reality in the Active Directory. So there are a bunch of different activities that you can do. Engage is trying to compile all of them. I have this clear matrix where everything, all the activities that you want to do in terms of engagement could be more or less in one of those activities. So that's the main reason of Engage. And of course, when we talk about Engage and deception, I think we have 5 main goals that we as defenders, we are looking for. For instance, the first one is what I was saying at the beginning, that perhaps we want to try to answer those complex questions about attacker, why, when, how, what, or what is the next step of the attacker, or what has the attacker done till now, what's going to be the next step from the attacker. So those answers need to be answered as soon as possible, and deception can help us for that. The second goal could be try to deceive the attacker so that they think they have been successful in their operation, but in reality, they haven't. Because we have given them false information, or perhaps because they think they have compromised the entire company, and perhaps they have compromised a fake Active Directory that we have deployed, or a number of IT assets that we have pretending to be like a branch office in AWS. So that's something that we want to try to do, try to deceive them. The third one could be try to deflect them, of course, so that instead of trying to target and compromise or like a production servers or IT or OT key servers and endpoints, all the business level assets that we have in place, trying to convince them that there are other more interesting assets that they need to try to compromise first. So try to deflect them from the production side to these scenarios that we have created for them. The fourth one, I think that's important because that's something that sometimes we don't think about, that is collect and gather as many IOCs and TTPs as we can in real time so that we can share everything with the SOC or the security team in real time so that they can use that information and be prepared for trying to tackle that specific threat actor. And finally, of course, give the defender or the blue team a unique operational advantage, having like a huge visibility of what's happening, what the attacker is trying to do, perhaps in those scenarios, because probably that attacker will jump to the production systems as soon as they can. So if we have enough time to prepare, to be ready when the attacker is going to hit any of those production sites or anything that we have in the internet or internally, of course, we will be better prepared if we've been able to gather that information from the attacker. So those are the 5 goals that also MITRE Engage is trying to help. Of course, we want to try to, as we've seen, one of the main approaches is try to affect, or in my case, deflect adversary to our adversary assets. So what we want to do is try to convince the attacker that it's more attractive to go to the scenarios that we have deployed for them instead of trying to go for the production sites. How can we do that? So there are plenty of options to try to do that. From something basic that is like a deploying like a non-patch versions of the software that we are using, so that they would find them and perhaps they think that they are easier to compromise than the other ones, but that's something very simple. To perhaps like a deploying credentials to totally fully patched servers or fully patched endpoints that the attacker can use those credentials and try to log in and then try to move laterally or try to move to the next server. So that's something, there are many other options we can do, but those are some examples of how can we try to attract the attacker to go to our scenarios that we have deployed for them. Also, another idea is that we can use any type of breadcrumbs that are pointing to those scenarios that we have deployed, from very simple files like that they have, for instance, username and password, like an Excel spreadsheet with username and passwords, from that example to, for instance, an SSH private key or an API key for AWS that we control, or even using physical breadcrumbs with QR codes posted in our data center. So perhaps anyone will scan that QR code, go to a URL, and we'll be detecting that they are using that, or storing like in our trash bins, in our desktops, like credentials that are in the paper, or generate traffic that is sending credentials, or trying to discover new devices that we want the attacker to see that those devices are alive in the network, like by using, for instance, CDP, the Cisco Discovery Protocol, or multicast traffic. So we can use any of those ideas or many more, trying to get the attacker attention of the scenarios that we are deploying. I think that's important, so that the attacker will think that it's more attractive to go to those scenarios instead of trying to go to the real production sites. So usually with this deployment, what that means is, for instance, if we can see in the picture, it could be like a very basic network topology of a very basic company. The idea is that we can add an extra layer of deception assets, and then we are going to try to make the attacker to go to those deception assets. So how can we do that? With the examples that we've seen in the previous slide, but also by adding any of those breadcrumbs in the production side. So in the case of the attacker compromise any production endpoint or production server, they will be able to find the credentials, the breadcrumbs that we are putting in those servers or in those endpoints, and jump to the deception scenario. So then they are now in the deception scenario, and then we can try to start engaging with the attacker. Of course, we are detecting that something is happening. So that's the first stage, like triggering an alert that something is happening. But then we can start trying to engage with the attacker and try to gather as much information as we can from them. That's, I think, something that is key and vital. So as I was saying, what we are trying to do is trying to convince the attacker that the path that we have created for them is easier than the official path that they have. So I think that's all the different scenarios that we're going to use for trying to engage with the attacker usually relies on this concept, trying to be more attractive for the attacker than the official or the production sites or the cloud scenarios that we are using in production. So always trying to find that path of least resistance. So we can do it in many ways. So by using breadcrumbs, by using non-patch systems, by using the traffic generation, by using even banners that we can put in all the different endpoints from the users, talking about a new backup system, or by, for instance, the ransomware example. For instance, in ransomware, every single time there is a ransomware incident, one of the first steps of the ransomware actor usually is try to discover the Active Directory topology. So something very basic we can do is create another fake Active Directory or real Active Directory that is connected with a trust relationship with the real Active Directory. And as the attacker will try to discover all the different relationships in the Active Directory topology, they also will be able to query this fake or real Active Directory that we have deployed, so that we can detect that something is happening And then we can also populate that active directory with thousands of fake entries of computers, user accounts, so that the attacker will find that domain more attractive than the real domain name. Perhaps they will try to connect through RDP to the active directory of this other active directory, so that then we can start capturing, monitoring what they are trying to do. So that's a very basic example. But the idea is always the same, trying to pretend to be more attractive, so the attacker will jump to our scenarios instead of try to jump to the real system. No, it's as always, as the system has been during the last 20 years. So another concept that I think is important that is related to the storyboard of activity from Engage is the creation of your attack tree. So attack trees, as probably you already know, it's a concept that was coined by Bruce Schneier back in 1999, trying to create like a way of describing the security of the system. But in our case, we're going to try to do the reverse, trying to create like a kind of reverse attack tree, so that because it's like we are creating a path or a journey for the attacker as we are carefully deploying a number of assets, so that the attacker will go through the path or the journey that we have created for them. So for instance, we can imagine we can start with something very simple, like deploying some breadcrumbs in AWS, so that there are some usernames and some passwords. The attacker will find that, or perhaps in a GitHub repository, those username and password are pointing to an RDP. So the attacker will connect to the RDP. That is a Windows 2019 server, for instance. And then in that Windows 2019 server, there are some other files pointing to a database. So the attacker will try to connect to the database. So we are preparing like a journey or like a path for the attacker. So that's the reason I think it's a good like concept, like the reverse attack tree. It's like creating like a capture the flag game for the attacker, not because we are preparing everything for the attacker and we just expect the attacker to go through all the different steps. So, and that's part of the planning approach that Engage is saying, trying to define the storyboard and the journey of the attacker through the different scenarios that we have created for them. So also we can try to engage with attackers, and that's part of the MITRE Engage, because we want to keep the attackers engaged as much as possible, no? With all the scenarios that we have created. That could be internal in our internal network, or can be external in the internet. Could be happening in our cloud provider, no? In Azure, in AWS, in Google Cloud, in our preferred provider. So also we can not only try to engage with them so that we can collect information, but also we can create chaos and confusion amongst them. So for instance, you can see some examples of creating confusion, like so creating, for instance, like a malfunctioning endpoints and servers that are randomly rebooting, or that the password has been changed. Perhaps they have access now, but they don't have access in 5 minutes, but then they have access again in 10 minutes. So something that will create a lot of chaos to them, or corrupted files. Also, if, for instance, imagine that they use Cobalt Strike and they have created, planted a beacon in one of your assets, then we can block the access to the control panel only, I don't know, every 5 minutes. So that's something that will create a lot of chaos, because they will think that something is not working properly, or add random delays in their, for instance, in the connection back to the control panel. There is a very good study, that is the Tula Rosa study, that was done by Ferguson Walter, Dr. Ferguson Walter from DoD, that created an experiment about how they were able to create that confusion by using deception in different red teams, and trying to assess how they were able to cause damage in those red teams, no? Because they were thinking that something was not happening properly. For instance, there is also a very good example that I always love to explain is, for instance, imagine that APT28 is inside your network. What you can do is you can also drop APT29 IOCs, so that the APT28 people will find them and will think, oh, what's happening here? So the APT29 also in the same target. So it's creating chaos, no? That they, of course, they will create some internal struggles, perhaps back in the office, complaining about the other group trying to target the same company, the same organization. So there are many other things that you can do, try to create confusion. So it's not talking about only engagement and collect information that can become intelligence in the future, but also trying to deflect, create confusion, affect, so trying to make as much damage as we can to them. So that's part of the MITRE Engage. As we have seen, we first need to prepare everything. I think one of the best way to do it is if we go back to the website of Engage. For instance, if we click in any of those activities, for instance, in the define exit criteria, we have a good explanation. It's similar to the MITRE attack matrix. No, we have explanation about all the tactics and techniques, in our case, approaches and activities. So we can see that, for instance, exit criteria, we need to know how to stop. And I think that's something that is really important, because sometimes you are collecting information, you have deploy a complex deception scenario, you are collecting IOCs, TTPs, the attacker is connecting back and forth, coming perhaps compromise the system yesterday, coming back today, but you need to know when to stop, because perhaps the attacker is using your system for triggering or launching new attacks to other companies or organizations, or perhaps they are trying to find out what's happening in that machine that is a bit weird, so you don't want them to detect that you are monitoring them. So of course you need to define your exit criteria when you are going to push the stop button. No, I think that's important. And also you need to define the storyboarding. No, that's what's the whole story. Is something credible? Because credibility is really important in when you want to try to engage with an attacker. So imagine that you want to create like a simulated branch office in AWS or in any other place. So that's something that, of course, you need to have a very clear storyboarding, a very clear deception story. So perhaps you need to create documentation for that. You need to create activity in the machines, like all the employees that are connecting and perhaps visiting CNN.com or any other website. So there needs to be activity, needs to be live, and needs to be something credible. And that's part of many of the activities that we can see, for instance, like the pocket litter, no? Like trying to create that activity inside all the systems so that they are more credible. So perhaps could be documents, pictures, registry entities, installed software like installing Office and Chrome in all the machines. So of course, if an attacker logins into a Windows server and there is nothing installed in that server, it's a bit strange. Or the same in a Linux server. If there is nothing in the bash history file, sounds a bit weird. So of course we need to take care of everything. And that is MITRE Engage, trying to create like a list of activities that we can do in order to deploy those scenarios where we can engage with attackers, and also not only engage, but also collect as much information as we can. And that's pretty much everything. So I hope you can play with Engage. You can, of course, you can use your own products. You can use open source. You can use anything you want. But the idea is that we as defenders can start playing with these activities and try to gather as much information as we can from the attackers. So thank you very much. And I don't know,
David, before you sneak off, let me ask you one thing. I love the concept of breadcrumbs changing the adversary's behavior. Is there one right now, 2022, that is like your favorite for tricking them to go down that path? Like, do you have one that you would like call out to everybody, but like, this is the one I really like?
Yeah. For instance, if we talk about the external side of our company organization, if you drop, imagine like one API key in GitHub in one source code repository, or you drop something in Pastebin, usually works like very quickly. If you drop something in Pastebin, someone will find it. Could be a threat intelligence company as well, but someone will find it and someone will use it. That's something that I can assure 100%.
Like it. Love it. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Really appreciate it. So, Steven, do we get to do another giveaway? Because Ismael got to do one. Do I get to do one or no? Like, if we're doing like the psychological positive reinforcement, you're on mute, by the way. Ismael is like getting all the votes. They love him because we're doing free swag, and I'm sitting over here like I get to introduce Ismael, and that's positive reinforcement, but not quite the same thing. Do we get to do another one?
I tell you what, let's do another one right after Ismael.
Oh, okay. But
I'll bring you
I
back
get
on
brownie
stage
points
to
for
do it,
trying.
though.
Everybody, I tried.
I'll bring you back on stage to do it.
Okay. All right. Well, then for our next guest, Ismael, who gets you swag. Now, Ismael's given a talk on pandas, Python, visualizations, and I want you to keep in mind, while he might be talking through some things you might call data science, this talk is super helpful for anybody even just interested in Python or pandas. It's just enjoy it, get used to it. There's a lot of use cases for automation or efficiency using this type of technology. So with that, Ismael, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Thank you so much, Justin. And sorry you couldn't give the giveaway this time, but I'm pretty sure you will be able to get it right the next one. All right. So yes, we're going to talk about pandas, Jupyter notebooks, and visualization for defenders. And as Justin was saying, don't be intimidated by this. I'm just going to share with you how I've learned some of this and how it can be useful just to explore some data, analyze some data in the same way that you might do today with a spreadsheet. So you know how to use spreadsheets, right? Hopefully, yes. Spreadsheets are very useful. It's one of the most useful tools for defenders, including for managing threat intelligence. Still a lot of people that use spreadsheets for that. Now we're going to be seeing what could be the next step for you to generate some visualizations and to analyze data, explore data with pandas, with Jupyter notebooks, in this session. And everything I'm going to be sharing here, I'm going to be sharing with you on GitHub. You will be able to go step by step. I have just a few slides to introduce the topic, but the rest of the time, we're just going to spend it on code, looking at a couple of examples. So this is how you can follow us and follow these projects. I will be sharing more of these as we finish on Twitter, on my account. But let's get straight into why we're doing this. As defenders, one of the things we need to focus on is finding the unknown. Some of you were mentioning threat hunting before. And if you're doing threat hunting in your environment, it's all about finding the unknown, what can hurt you. There is this quote from Donald Rumsfeld. We mentioned this in Security 530, the Defensible Security Architecture and Zero Trust Architecture class. We talk about this quote that says, there are known unknowns, like things that we know that we're not looking at. We know they're there, but we don't know how it works. For example, IPv6. If I say that, well, we know that we have IPv6 enabled systems, but we might want to ignore the fact that it's there, right? We don't want to know about it. That would be a known unknown. But we also have unknown unknowns. These are things that you don't know of unless somebody tells you about it. For example, if I say quick, like it's written on the slide, a protocol that you might not be aware of. Well, if you're not aware of this, how do you secure it? We talked about asset management before. If there's a new asset that you don't know about, how do you secure it? We were talking in Twitter Spaces yesterday about, for example, finding out servers that could be spinned up in the cloud. Now with DevOps, that's very common. Things you can do, for example, monitor certificate transparency logs to find out if somebody is creating a new certificate for a server on the cloud. That could be a good tactic for finding those unknowns. How about vendor proprietary protocols? So protocols that are on your network that are not really well documented and that can represent a significant gap, a blind spot in your organization. How do you understand them? The problem is that attackers might know about those and they might take advantage of it to exploit them or to exfiltrate information or to use it for other evil purposes. So there's always a need for, first of all, collecting data, gathering data, analyzing the data, and finding outliers, finding the needle in the stack, right? So that's what we're going to be discussing here. How can we do that? When it comes to collecting the data, obviously that's the first step. You cannot collect the data that you don't have, so you have to generate those logs. For example, if you want to look at proprietary protocols on the network, you would have to collect full packet captures. And if you need to look at, for example, asset inventory, you will have to have logs or some other type of database with this information. Could be Windows event logs, could be Sysmon data in public resources out there on the internet. Now, don't worry about collecting the perfect data, because you are never, ever going to have that, right? Start with something that you're going to complement. You're going to explore the data. And in most cases, you're going to realize that, oh, I don't need this. And in other cases, you're going to realize that you need to collect additional data. So that's an ongoing process. In fact, most of the times when we're doing analysis, we spend most of the time, 80% of the time, in collecting and preparing the data. That's the next step in this process, the data wrangling. That's the process of getting the data in a format where we can analyze it. You're going to see an example of that when we look at the next Jupyter notebook. Sometimes the data that we collect has missing entries, unexpected data, incomplete information, it has the incorrect format, or simply it's data that's not relevant for our analysis. So we just want to get rid of it. This is where the Pandas library is very, very important. We're going to discuss Pandas in a second, but it's just a library that we can use with Python to import the data into a format where we can manipulate it, where we can prepare it for analysis. That's where tools like Pandas shine. The next step is the fun stuff. It's actually doing the analysis. And we're going to see how visualizations are very useful for this. Summarization, statistics. Yes, we're not talking about crazy machine learning or anything like that, which might be actually a bit more, let's say, not that as complicated as you think to start with. But we're going to be discussing just purely statistics and simple math here. The fact is that our brain, the human brain, is really good at picking out patterns when we see visualizations. So it's an essential part of this exploratory data analysis. We can create plot over times. Maybe you do some of this with Excel today, right? Find outliers, things that we might be building in our sim for Kibana dashboards or any other type of visualizations that we want to use. We could also use this data for modeling for machine learning algorithms, where we're not going to get that far in this conversation. We're going to keep it simple. And the fourth, which is the drawing conclusions, right? Summarizing the findings and deciding what we want to do next with this data. So what we're going to be using? We're going to be using Pandas and Jupyter notebooks. Pandas, as I said before, it's just a library for Python for creating and manipulating structured data. And think about spreadsheet, tabular data in the format of rows and columns. That's what we're going to be using. And Pandas is very useful for manipulating limited data, the data that will fit in your memory, because Pandas will put all the data in memory in one single machine. So if you're looking at analyzing lots of data, that might not be the best tool for this. Think about, for example, capturing a lot of pickups and then importing them into Wireshark for analysis. If you've done this before, what happens when you load a 1 terabyte pickup file, even a 1 gigabyte pickup file in Wireshark? It may not be the best thing to do, right? Same idea here. You sample some data, you want to do some analysis on some limited data set. Pandas is fantastic for that. If you want to look at big data, that's something else, but there are tools that are based on Pandas that can help you with that. That's not what we're going to be covering here. Jupyter notebooks can make the analysis much easier by just creating it's a web-based UI that allows us to share code. We're going to be treating this data as code, manipulating it. We're going to generate visualizations, and we're going to interact with this. So Jupyter notebooks can be used through a web browser. That's what we're going to be showing you in this demo. And this can be hosted remotely or locally on your machine. We're going to be using a tool called Anaconda to install all of that. And Anaconda has all the packages that we need to use Pandas, to use Jupyter notebooks. And we can install this on Windows, on Mac OS, on Linux. I have it installed on my machine here. And it also integrates with Visual Studio Code. If you want to follow step-by-step guideline or a tutorial on how to set this up. It's super easy. Here's the link to that. I will be sharing all these links in on Twitter later on, but very simple, easy to install. So let's go through an example of that. And instead of going through slides, let me just switch gears a little bit. And I'm going to share my Visual Studio Code, where I have some data that I have already prepped here for you. Or actually, we're going to prep it together. And this data is very interesting. This data is on a data set of the passengers of the Titanic. So why? Well, this is just something that is available out there. There are plenty of tutorials on how to use Pandas and Jupyter notebooks with this data. So we're just going to walk through some very simple examples. And then I'm going to show you another Jupyter notebook, which is a little bit more advanced, not that much, but just a little bit more with more Python code that illustrates how to use this type of analysis to look at a proprietary protocol, ingesting pickup data, put it into a Pandas data frame, and doing some analysis and visualizations on that. So again, I'll share with you, this is on my GitHub, this tutorial, and it's based on some of the URLs that you can see here. It's using the Titanic dataset, which is available on this link. It provides information about the survival of the passengers, the age, the ticket class, whether they had siblings, whether they had family. It's very interesting. When you download this data, it's going to be downloaded in a CSV file. So all we're going to be doing, and I'll show you that so you can see this on what it looks like on my machine, is I have a Python notebook, which is just a file on a particular directory on my GitHub repo, and the data CSV. This is the data that we're going to be ingesting, a comma-separated value file, and we're going to be using this as part of our demo. The first thing we're going to be doing, and remember, this is Python, so we're going to be using the import section to import the libraries, in this case, Pandas, and we're going to be using also the NumPy library. So NumPy is and Pandas, these are just two common libraries for manipulating data. The most common object that we're going to be using with Pandas is the data frame. So we're going to be loading the data from the CSV file into a data frame. Think about a data frame as a spreadsheet, as I said before, a two-dimensional data structure or a two-dimensional array with rows, with columns. These columns can have different types. It could be, by default, if Pandas doesn't know what type it is, it will say it's an object. But in order to do math with these and do visualization, sometimes we have to change the type of those columns and make sure that it's a numeric value. We're going to show some of that. So once we have these libraries imported, that's what we do here. The next thing we do is to read the comma-separated value file. It's data.csv, and we're going to import it into this object. Right? This is a Pandas data frame right now. So let's do that. How do we execute this? It's a Jupyter notebook. Notice how there are different sections. Each section has a run button on the top. So when we click that, this code has run, but this is interactive. We can run snippets of code. We can create new snippets. For example, if I run that and I want to know what it's in data, I would just type data, run it, and you can see an excerpt. It's not the whole Pandas data frame, but you see an excerpt of that. If you want to see what's in there and you want to look at it in the same look and feel as a spreadsheet, you can also go to your variables in Visual Code. Look at the top. It says show variables active in Jupyter kernel. And it shows me that I have a variable called data. I'm going to click on this. And now I will be able to see the data viewer. And I can see the whole data that I have imported. You can sort by different values. Survived 0 or 1. As you can imagine, this is whether the passenger survived or not. Sex, age, and whether they had siblings or parents, the type of ticket, the fare, the cabin. Notice how some of these fields have a question mark. What do you think this means? For example, age. Not all of the passengers have the age. Well, we don't know the age of that passenger. So if we want to do some math with this, we will have to do something. We'll have to filter out some of these fields, or we will have to transform or to change the value of these particular fields. So we're going to see how we can do that. I'm going to close this. And as you can see, we can create new snippets of code, or you can just remove them. Now, in order to graph the data, we have to get rid of those question marks. I included here a definition or a description for each of the columns, so you can see what each of the columns mean. And we're going to change the type of the column H. How do we do that? Notice how data is the Pandas data frame that we instantiated before. Now we're going to say data for the column H, show me the type. This is just showing you the type. So if we click on that, we run it, it says type object. That is a problem. We have to change that. We have to make it numeric, because otherwise we're not going to be able to create visualizations based on that. So the following code replaces these question marks with a value called nan. What is a nan? Nan stands for not a number, and it's a common way to represent missing data in a Pandas data frame. So when we do that, the next thing we do is to transform this data into numeric, float 64 in this particular case, so we can now do math with this. So let's run this snippet of code. This doesn't return anything, but just to confirm that this worked well, you can see that now if we look at the type of column H, now it's not type object, it's type float 64. So notice how we just prepare the data in order to get the results that we want to get now. All right, so let's get into the fun stuff. Now that we have prepared the data, and again, you could go to the variables and check the data, and you will see how H now doesn't have question marks. When there's no value for that, it says not a number. Pandas knows how to interpret that. So that's what we want. Let's have some visualizations created on this. Now that we have the data in good shape, as you can see, I have a lot of comments there that you can use for your tutorial, for your step-by-step exercise. We're going to look at the following libraries. We're going to be using Seaborn and Matplotlib. These are libraries that can help us to create visualizations. The first one, it's what's called a cat plot. We're going to plot the two values for sex and survived. So we can see what's the rate of survival for females and males. So when we look at this data, what do we see? We see that for this particular data set, there were more females that survived this disaster than males, right? We see survived 0 or 1. We can see that there were more females surviving this. Well, that's part of the analysis. What else can we do? We can create more visualizations. For example, by replacing these columns that are strings with 0 or 1, we can now even create correlations. So we're creating correlations between variables to figure out if there is any type of column there or value that would be useful for potentially a machine learning model. If there's any correlation between any specific column and any specific, and the results. For example, when we take the Panda data frame and we use this function, correlate and absolute, for these columns survived, we can see how that survival rate correlates with the rate with the rest of features that we have in this data set. A value closer to 1 indicates that there is a higher correlation. So when you look at this, it looks obvious that sex, in this particular case, whether it's a male or a female, has a higher correlation than any of the other features. Age, whether the passengers had siblings or parents, or the fare, the type of fare or the type of ticket that they had. So that's a very cool thing. Other things we can do, more visualizations. We can use Seaborn to create violin plot, point plots that will give us more information. In this case, we're looking for example, what's the survival rate depending on the age, depending on the range of age. So you can see here that, well, if you were children, you would have, an okay type of survival rate, but it was higher for women in the age of 20 to 50. That's something that we can see in this particular visualization. If you want to see this in a zoom in, make it bigger, you can click on that button that you had on the left. And now we can look at each of these different graphs and draw conclusions based on this. For example, it's interesting to see that if a passenger was by himself or herself, with maybe one more passenger, the survival rate would be higher than if you had 5 or more relatives traveling with you. Right? That's something we can observe based on the data. And finally, we create a heat map with the data coming from the column, the ticket class, and the survival rate. Why is this interesting? Because we can see based on this heat map, and you can see that all you need is one single line to generate that heat map, that those that paid more for the ticket fare, right, that had a first class ticket, this is the class 1, 2, and 3, they had a higher survival rate than those, the poor ones that had a lower fare, or that paid for a third class ticket. Again, this is just an example, something simple, something easier to digest, something that you can play with. But you can play with any type of data set. This is just one of the many examples that you can find out there on the internet. But how can this be applied to cybersecurity? I'm not going to read every single line of code here, but I will share this with you, and I will encourage you to fork the project and use this code. Play with it. That's the fun thing about Jupyter Notebooks. What we do here is, again, we use Pandas. We import this library. We import a number of libraries that we're going to be using for manipulating the data. And in this particular case, since we're going to be ingesting PCAPs, this is part of a talk that I gave a few months ago at the Threat Hunting Summit, and it's on YouTube, so you can follow the video where we demonstrated how you could do analysis of proprietary protocols in 2 different ways. One, with Wireshark, more like old school, going through the packets and looking at the hexadecimal. 2, with something like Pandas and Jupyter Notebooks to do data exploration. We use Escapee, which is a library that you might be familiar with, Python library to manipulate and ingest and create craft packets. And what we do is, with this particular section, we read the PCAPs. The PCAPs are on the same folder where this file is. We have 3 different PCAP files. We read them with this function. And this is something that if you want to just copy it, feel free to copy it. Right? We call this function to actually 4 PCAPs to import them into different data frames. So df1 is the first PCAP, df2 second PCAP, df3 the third PCAP, and df4 the fourth PCAP. We have captured this on our network. We were going to learn about that traffic. And first visualization, we group by protocol and we count the number of IP addresses. So this is the code, right? Very simple. We group by protocol and source IP, and we can see the distribution, the protocol distribution. We have 7 packets with protocol 17. You probably know protocol 17 means UDP. 43 packets with protocol 6 or protocol TCP. The next section, and you can execute each of these sections individually. We can see the IP addresses that are sending most of the data, in this case, 7.140, and the ones are receiving most of the data, in this case, 7.135. So you can see with these visualizations that 140 is sending data to 135. This is basic stuff, but now we can go further and look at destination ports. Once again, once you have the data in the Pandas data frame in the right format, you can group by specific columns, and you can do some math by just like calling or invoking a method, in this case, sum, and creating a visualization. These are the destination ports. But let me skip this and go into something more interesting. Once you have the data in a Pandas data frame, you can describe or just generate some basic statistics about that data. In this particular case, we're interested in how many bytes do we have in this UDP traffic. All these packets have the same length, 64 bytes. How about the TCP traffic? Well, there's a minimum of 52 bytes and a maximum of 164 bytes. We have the mean, we have average, we have a number of other statistics available to us. If we start plotting the length of these packets, we can see the length for the TCP packets and the length for the UDP packets. UDP packets are always 64 bytes. TCP, they have different values. Some of them are smaller, some of them are larger. But with these visualizations, we could do cool things like this. We could break up the payloads of these packets in chunks of 1 byte, 2 bytes, 3 bytes, or 4 bytes, and counting if there is a specific value that repeats the most across that payload. With this code, we find out that there is a specific number of bytes that repeats a lot across these packets. Why could that be? Well, let's see. We're going to continue running. As you can see, that the code, it's well commented, and it's not a lot of code. But we find out that there is a specific IP address that repeats a lot across all of these different packets. Again, I'm going to be sharing all of this with you so you can go through section by section. We also create a for loop to go through all of the payloads for all of these packets within the Pandas data frames, trying to find if there is a pattern that repeats across all that traffic. And then we do, this is very interesting, a time series visualization. We create a visualization for all of the packets. Pickup 1, pickup 2, pickup 3, and pickup 4. And this is pickup 1. What do you see here? We see that there's a number of TCP packets being sent, and in the middle of those, there's a UDP packet. TCP traffic, and then UDP traffic. TCP traffic, and UDP traffic. What do you think is going on here? William says you can kind of build your own Wireshark with Pandas. Kind of, right? It's not about building Wireshark. It's about doing some of the things you can do with Wireshark, but you're not limited by the tool. You can create your own analysis. So this looks like a heartbeat to me, right? It looks like a heartbeat on packet 1, on packet 2, on packet 3. See how visualizations can be super useful? Well, the rest of it, just to wrap it up, is actually displaying the content of the packet. And yes, I can do that within this Jupyter notebook as well. And if you don't know what this is, you can look at the UDP packets. Those heartbeats, they have this particular string that if you Google that, you're going to see its geo coordinates, longitude and latitude. And yes, you can even plot that on a Jupyter notebook. And this is something that it's typical from traffic that you find with security cameras, with a lot of the ICS protocols, things that we might have on our network. So in other words, this might look a little bit complicated. You can start with something more simple. That's why I had this Titanic tutorial in there. It could be any data, but play with it. Have fun with this. If you haven't used this before, maybe it could be part of your resolutions for 2022 to try to learn a little bit more about data analysis, data exploration, because we all have to manage a lot of data, and doing analysis of this is going to be very useful, and these tools can help you a lot. So this is the link where you will find these notebooks. You can play with them. You can fork this project. You can contribute to that. And if you click on this launch binder, it will create auto dynamically. Actually, we'll show you that very quickly. If you go to this GitHub repo, I'm going to show you that in a second. Before Justin kicks me out. Jupyter Notebooks. If you click on this launch binder, it will auto-generate look at the binder. Well, it will create these Jupyter notebooks for you, and you can interact with this data live. You don't even have to install anything on your own system, which is something very, very useful. If you just want to use it on a browser, you can even use this on your iPad, on your phone, if you want. All right, I think that I just went over time for 1 minute, so I don't think we have time for questions, unless, Justin, you have maybe a burning question for me.
I don't. Get your talk over with. Be done with it.
Okay, I'm done.
No,
Okay.
I love these kind of talks because you basically all got a free lab. I mean, it's how to learn something, but he talked through it. Since this was live, I'm assuming we're going to release the recordings later, so you could literally go back through this yourself, and I would encourage you to do that. So zero Python experience, it's fine. This is how you learn. You solve problems on the screen and go from there. So Thanks, Ismael. I didn't have to take the axe to you. It was good. Oh, the giveaway. All right, everybody, I want you to imagine for a second that I'm sitting there with one of those t-shirt bazookas, and I'm just, because I always wanted to do that. So in my mind, that's what I'm doing. Let's do the whole hashtag all around defender. Come on. And I want to get over 100 entries here. None of this weak sauce that we had before. So if you want potential free swag, all you got to do is in chat, put the hashtag all around defender. And then here a second, Steven will come on. He'll do the whole drawing thing. There, we're almost there. We're inching forward. Let's at least break 100. 7 more people. Come on. 3 more. We can do this. There we go. All right. Steven, whenever you want to, you can let them crawl a little bit if you want, but let's hand out some free swag.
Do you want the drum?
I need a dad joke for that, though. I mean, that's the dad joke one.
All right, we're at 113, 114. Let's go.
Da-da.
Who's it gonna be? Robert Ramsden.
All right.
You are the winner.
Okay. And Steven, you're handling all the communication there, so go away.
Michelle and I will take care of that.
All right. So it is around lunchtime, and you don't really want to hear from Justin. You don't want to hear from Ismael. We want to hear from Stef. Stef is going to come online and talk through the concept of self-care and avoiding burnout in cyber defense. She's a fantastic speaker. And don't forget to grab some food, grab something real quick, do your bio breaks, but come back very quickly and let's hear Stef talk. So with that, I'm going to turn that over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm going to be talking about self-care in this talk, so please do get some food, take a moment, stand up a little bit. All right, let me go ahead and get my screen shared. All right, here we go. Got to get all of the communications going. Let me get my window up. Okay, how's it looking? If I can get a confirmation, that would be awesome. Steven, Justin, can y'all see?
Yep, we're good.
Perfect. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and dive into it then. Welcome to Blue Team Red Flags, Burnout and Self-Care in Cybersecurity. My name is Stef Rand. I'm really delighted to be here with y'all today. So what are our goals for our time together today? I want to help give you a better understanding of burnout and what that means and what its effects are. We're going to talk a lot about identifying red flags and green flags. So red flags that could lead to burnout or put you at higher risk, and green flags for environments where you might be at lower risk of burnout. We will talk a little bit about burnout prevention and recovery. I have a lot to say, especially on burnout prevention. And then again, bonus content at the end. We're going to talk about some self-care to help you be a better defender. I know sometimes tech folks might not necessarily want to take the best care of themselves just for their own selves' sake, but good self-care is like good upkeep for your brain and for the system that helps you do all of this very important work. So a little more about me. Like I said, my name is Stef. I've been an incident response consultant at Mandiant for the past 2 years, which has been really wonderful, very exciting. I have learned a lot. Before I was at Mandiant, I got my Master of Science in Clinical Psychology. So I've been interested in the psychological factors that go into our lives and our work for a very long time. I actually did research on stress and coping and attrition and retention when I was in grad school. So this is something that I have been really passionate about for the last 10 years. And I want to say, like with many of my talks, or most of my talks, this information that I'm going to share with you is based on science, because science is wonderful. I will share some anecdotes, but I want to tell you what I've seen in the research, because that will give you an idea of better trends. This is not just, it's not just stuff I'm making up. These are things that I've looked at peer-reviewed research and industry surveys. Quick disclaimer, even though I have my MS in clinical psych, I am not a licensed mental health professional. I work in DFIR. The goal today is to be informative and to talk about the research, but I'm not here to offer you treatment suggestions or to make a diagnosis. If you feel like you are suffering from burnout or you're at risk of burnout, I highly recommend looking into employee assistance programs if your org has those, or talking to an actual licensed mental health professional about how you're doing and how you're feeling so you can better meet your goals and meet your specific needs. So what is burnout? I want to give us all a common definition so we know we're all talking about the same thing today. There's a lot of colloquial definitions, but this is the definition that I'm using for today. So it's a psychological syndrome in response to chronic interpersonal stressors on the job. So that's our big focus today, is occupational burnout. And it's characterized by overwhelming exhaustion, feelings of cynicism and detachment from the job, and a sense of ineffectiveness and a lack of accomplishment. That is a lot of words. Let's break it down a little bit more. Exhaustion is feelings of being depleted, I think really is the best word. Not only of physical resources, you're not only tired, but emotionally, you feel very depleted. Cynicism and depersonalization is also used a lot in the literature, is kind of this callous, detached, cynical response to parts of the job. And then this reduced sense of efficacy and accomplishment. So they're really pervasive feelings of incompetence, lack of achievement, and a lack of productivity. Burnout is endemic in cybersecurity, and it has been even before 2020. This has been a problem in the field for quite some time. And I know we have a lot of anecdotal evidence. There actually aren't a lot of studies that have been done on cybersecurity professionals specifically and the rate of burnout. If you have some sources that you'd like to share, I would be very interested in taking a look at those. I did find some industry surveys. So Ponemon did a survey in 2019. So as you can see here, 65% of the people, the cybersecurity professionals in that survey, had thought about changing careers completely or leaving their jobs due to the stress of working in a SOC. I am a consultant. I have not worked in a SOC. I have so much respect for the individuals that have the boots on ground and are doing this work. It is extremely stressful. So my hats are off to all of you that are in the trenches. Incredibly stressful. Because of this, organizations are losing security professionals and analysts to other careers and other companies. And another survey done by ISSA found that 60% of those professionals surveyed were not satisfied with their current positions. That's a lot. More than half of the professionals they asked were not happy in their job situations. So I think that is that tells us a lot about kind of some of the feelings of professionals in the field. Why? Why is this the case? Why is burnout endemic in cybersecurity? There's a few reasons. One of them, the biggest one, is the skills gap and the skills crisis. That leads to an increased workload, and increased workloads lead to burnout and attrition. This is not getting better. The gap is continuing to widen. The pandemic certainly has not helped. I was looking at the US Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and they predicted, I think, over 16,000 new jobs every year until at least 2030 are going to appear in this field. So we need more folks, which is hopefully why some of y'all are here, because you're interested in coming into the field. And I'm talking a lot about burnout being endemic, but there are some improvements that are being made. We're making a better understanding, and I've been very happy working in the field, so I don't want to scare you off from it completely. The nature of the work also leads to burnout. It's very high stress. There's a lot of time pressures in the work that is done, especially on the blue team. The cognitive demands are extremely high. One of the reasons why I love coming to talk at some of these SANS events is there's always a lot of discussion around cognitive fatigue, cognitive loading. It's a big deal. And so having as many tools available to you as possible to reduce that cognitive load helps reduce burnout a great deal, or the risk of burnout. And there's also some fatigue in the work. Long hours happen, long weekends happen, sometimes long months happen. Part of that is just, again, the nature of the work that we're doing. Some of that is InfoSec culture. I'm going to call InfoSec culture out a little bit. It's wonderful to have passion for the work that you do. It's also unfortunate that having passion for the work that you do can be leveraged to encourage people to overextend themselves. Even if people are willing to do the work, to put in these heroic efforts, it can have a cost. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. Also, unfortunately, sometimes heroic efforts are expected to be repeated. So heroic efforts one weekend might be encouraged by the org to happen again the next weekend, and maybe the weekend after that, which does not help reduce the risk of burnout. Just last year, the ISSA did another set of surveys, and 60% of those security professionals strongly agreed that a career in cybersecurity can be taxing on the balance between personal and professional life. Work-life balance is tricky and can be tricky in this field. And all of this, like I said, COVID has not made any of this easier. A lot of, I think 95% of respondents for this 2021 ISSA survey felt like the pandemic had not improved the skills gap. Like the skills gap is not getting better. 44% believe it's gotten worse. So this is really what it comes down to. Burnout, occupational burnout, is caused by high job demands and low job resources. This is really the kind of the long and the short of it. This is, I think, the best way of encapsulating why burnout happens, and you can immediately see why it's an issue for some of us in cybersecurity. More specifically, some factors that can lead to burnout include having too much work for the time that's available, which in the literature is experienced workload or perceived workload. I mentioned time pressure. There can be role conflict. So you can be pulled in a lot of different directions and be expected to do different conflicting demands at the same time. Also, role ambiguity can be a factor for burnout. And I want to mention, I'm talking about larger orgs and larger groups, but I think this is an area that's especially challenging for people where it's just one or two folks are the security team. And they have to wear a lot of different hats, and there's a lot of uncertainty about exactly what that means. That causes a great deal of stress. A lack of social support. can be a factor in burnout. And I don't just mean social support at home. I also mean work support as well. A lack of feedback from work, from your occupational situation, can also kind of contribute to that ambiguity and that stress. Having a little participation in decision making, so not having the authority to kind of affect change, can lead to burnout. And again, kind of in that same sense, that lack of autonomy, that sense that you're not able to have the authority to make changes or to act independently. The symptoms of burnout are kind of included in the definition, but I thought I would recap them here. If you're feeling these on a regular basis, so part of burnout is that it is chronic, and if feelings like this are causing disruption in your daily functioning at work and distress, then you're potentially experiencing burnout or starting to experience burnout. So again, that exhaustion piece is a big indicator. That's a big kind of tell for yourself. Emotional disengagement from work, especially if you used to be very engaged. That makes a big difference. Withdrawing from colleagues is one. Folks that are experiencing burnout don't want to engage with the folks that they're working with because it increases their stress. And high levels of frustration at work. I'm not talking like a bad day at work or even a bad week at work. I'm talking about the frustration is at a level that you almost can't cope with functioning at work day to day. So again, a little bit more on some of these signs and effects, because part of burnout prevention is recognizing this as early as possible. So some other signs and effects include different kinds of job withdrawal. So it's not just the social withdrawal, also absenteeism, if you feel like you're calling out a lot, if you start thinking about leaving your job, and also, it does lead to job turnover. People do leave their jobs when they're burned out. For people who don't withdraw as much from the job, that are still trying to stay engaged, they see lower productivity and really reduced effectiveness in the tasks that they're given because they're exhausted, because they're depleted. There's decreased job satisfaction, and you don't feel as strong a commitment to the job or the organization. Even if you don't completely withdraw, you do emotionally withdraw. That has impacts on your colleagues. So there's potential for greater personal conflict. If you're exhausted, it becomes more challenging sometimes, especially if maybe there's some difficult interpersonal situations at work. Job tasks get disrupted. And the turnover, the stress, and all this, it leads to kind of this negative feedback loop of more workload, more stress for everyone else on the team. And there are non-work impacts, which are a big deal. So burning out at work or suffering from occupational burnout, there is a spillover effect. It does start to affect you at home because you're depleted, you're exhausted. And there are increased stress-related health concerns. Physically, burnout can have a negative effect on you, as well as increased mental health concerns. People suffering from burnout are also more likely to suffer from depression and anxiety. So it is a big deal. Burnout is a big deal. So who is responsible for burnout? As an individual, the things you can do are limited, especially for occupational burnout. You can have good self-awareness. So you can kind of take a look at yourself and your situation and see kind of where you might be at or your risk for burnout. And there are also some things you can do for recovery that will help. If you're able to recognize it early, again, it's kind of like a slope. If you don't go down the slope as far, it's easier to kind of get back up and out of it. Severe burnout, it can be a very long road to recovery. Things you can't do as an individual. You cannot change the environment in a way that will make it less likely to cause burnout. You might have that capability, especially for a small shop. And I'll speak to that for people who do have some input and some control in changing the environment. But it's not like you can keep yourself from burning out just by trying really, really hard. That's not how this works. And I mentioned this on Twitter yesterday. These hot takes like, you just need to, drink a lot of water and take a long weekend. That's not going to do it. All right. So if burnout is the result of high demands and low resources at work, and you can't control the demands and the resources, it's on your org. It is the organization's responsibility to create and facilitate an environment that will reduce the likelihood of burnout. I feel very strongly about this. It's not on analysts. It's not on analysts. It's not on individuals. If you're burned out in an environment, this is not because you have failed in some way as an analyst to cope. Since burnout is caused by these high job demands and low job resources, what's needed to mitigate this and to prevent it from happening is to reduce the demands of the job and increase the resources available. So some ways that you can reduce demands on the job: hire more workers. That's a big one. More people, spread out the workload. Have reasonable time expectations. Remove as much of that time pressure as possible. Encourage a good work-life balance. And make sure, and this is, I think, a big one, have clear descriptions for roles and for tasks. I know sometimes folks kind of get thrown into the deep end and it's very sink or swim. This is not good for reducing rates of burnout and rates of turnover. And also, again, leveraging tools to reduce cognitive load and taking advantage of those tools that are available. Increasing job resources includes higher pay people appropriately, make sure that they are having, the resources, the financial resources available to them that they need. Offer clear career progression paths. Take away that ambiguity and those questions of what next. Try to encourage good social connections and support. That's a big one. And also provide feedback to your employees. That will give them, again, it will reduce that ambiguity and that stress. The jobs that are at the highest risk of burnout, there's a lot of research on them, include healthcare, both physicians and nursing, mental health professionals, and first responders. I'm going to talk about first responders, firefighting in particular, because, looking at this at the org helping mitigate and reducing the chance of burnout, firefighters can't change the calls they go on. They can't change the fact that the things that they're doing are extremely difficult, that there are extremely high demands. However, good departments also do things to reduce those demands as much as possible and increase resources. I won't go into huge detail because we're not here to talk about firefighting. Some reduced demands include, you might work 24 hours, but then you might have 48 hours off after that. You're not working 24-hour shifts back to back to back. That's something that is pretty standard. Also, there are a lot of resources available. So if there are difficult calls, let's say there's been a fatality on a scene, there are resources that are provided by the organization because they've learned if they just don't do anything, their firefighters will burn out. And they have realized that is not acceptable. They will not have firefighters if their firefighters burn out. So I say that to say it can be done. If organizations can take steps to help prevent burnout for physicians, for first responders, it can be done for security teams. I don't want to just say, here's this big problem for the orgs without offering some kind of solution or starting a conversation about what to do to help. So I offer you the human capital model. This is a burnout reduction model that kind of creates a positive feedback loop, which mitigates the likelihood of burnout. This is taken very specifically from the article I mentioned at the bottom of the screen here. It's an excellent article. It's available publicly. I highly recommend it. So the skills the factors in the human capital model include skills, empowerment, creativity, and growth. Let's talk about those in more detail. So, analysts need the skills to do the job. What that means is that orgs need to help analysts have the skills to do the job. So they need to receive adequate training, and they need to receive it as needed, periodically, not just a single training session. There need to be processes in place to encourage continued skill development. Empowerment to perform the job effectively. Analysts need to feel empowered. This is huge for morale. If analysts feel like they're not empowered to do a good job, to manage their responsibilities, that is a very high factor in contributing to burnout risk. So analysts need to see the impact of their actions, that they're making a difference, that they're doing good work. And as skills improve, they should be encouraged to have more autonomy. Analysts need creativity to handle new situations. This is why I don't like really stringent, strict, restrictive playbooks, because it makes it very repetitive, which increases the risk of burnout. Analysts should be encouraged to go outside of the box to meet the needs of unique circumstances, and if that doesn't happen in your org with just kind of alert analysis, maybe they do some threat hunting and they get to use their creative skills. Maybe they do some malware analysis, some things that allow them to be more creative when their tasks are too repetitive. The final piece is growth. So analysts need to feel like they're growing and learning on the job, and that their abilities are increasing. So it's different than skills. This is more kind of an internalized, less technical thing. Analysts need role models. They need to be able to feel like they can progress in their careers at the org and that they won't be stagnant. So if orgs can create an environment where these 4 factors are developed and encouraged, that creates a very nice positive feedback loop that reduces the likelihood of burnout. I wanted to mention it here, not just for the orgs, but as analysts, as new analysts, or maybe people currently working in the field. I want you to consider those factors when you're looking at orgs to join. So, as you're looking at them, talking to people, if your org that you're looking at does not encourage or develop these factors, they may be in a vicious cycle, which can lead to burnout and increased turnover. That's a pretty big red flag. Of course, no org is perfect, but it's something that should be a warning. If your org does develop and encourage these factors, maybe not all of them, but the ones that are especially important to you, then that is going to create a positive cycle. There will be more retention. People are able to be more productive. That's a green flag. That's a good sign. That says that they're interested in helping retain people and helping people grow. Some other things you can do as an individual, because as we've mentioned, or as I've mentioned, there's kind of limited impacts, potentially limited changes that an individual can make on an organizational environment. Try to find a job in an org that's a good fit for you. I'm going to talk about this a lot on the next slide, but that helps a great deal. It reduces some of that chronic stress. We've talked a lot about the different signs and symptoms of burnout. If you can self-assess and recognize where you might be at or the risks that might be in your environment, you can take early action. Again, that's really essential. Burnout prevention is much easier to manage than burnout recovery. And that said, you can still take some steps toward burnout recovery. There's always some things that you can do to help a little bit and help recovery a little bit. But it really comes down to the environment that you're working in. That's really the key. So this idea of good job person fit, there's kind of 6 essential factors, and this overlaps a little bit with the factors that we saw in the human capital model. Good matches on these factors mean lowered risk of burnout, and a mismatch, especially on areas that are very important to you, mean potentially higher levels of burnout. So let's go through these a little bit and talk about sort of what this means and what these factors are. I want to preface all of this by saying we are all different people. We all have different needs, different priorities. And so I want you to think about these factors and ask these questions for you. So not, you might look at this and say, oh, there's some of these things that I don't really need. That's good to know. That's kind of the point of thinking about this, is what do you need and to what extent? So workload. Is the workload for the job manageable for you? And is the type of work that you're doing a good fit? If it is, you might be able to handle a larger workload. If it's not, a large workload for work that's not a good fit for you is putting you at higher risk of burnout. Control doesn't mean like you have rigid control. It's kind of a factor in feeling like you have some level of responsibility and that you're comfortable with that level of responsibility. I know that it's very stressful to be put in a situation where you're expected to do a lot of things that are out of your depth. There's a big difference between jumping in the deep end, but you've got some floaties on, versus being pushed to the deep end and you're drowning and you're flailing. Along with the level of responsibility, do you feel like you're given enough authority for the responsibilities that you have? Do you have the authority that you need to do your job in a way that feels effective? A good match on that front lowers burnout risk. Rewards are important. So are you rewarded financially? And also, are there social rewards? Again, this won't be as important for everybody, but if it is important for you, acknowledge that. It's okay to want to work at some place where there's recognition for hard work and there's appreciation for hard work. If that's something that's important to you, find an org where people are recognized, where there is a lot of appreciation and conversation. For community, do you have positive connections with your colleagues? So I know some of us in InfoSec are maybe not the most sociable, and that's okay, because this is all about differences and good fit for you. For the connections that you do have with your colleagues, do you feel good about them? Do you feel like you can talk to them? Do you work well enough with them? And do you feel like you can share with them as needed? I don't mean just sharing, deep personal details or issues, although it might be good if you feel like you can share those with your colleagues, if you feel like you have good psychological safety. I also mean sharing knowledge and sharing questions, sharing praise, sharing problems. It's important to feel like and find a good match for an environment that you can share as needed. Fairness is important. So if you feel like you're being treated fairly and that you are respected and that the org is a good match for those factors, then that's a reduced risk of burnout. Is there an equity of workload and an equity of pay? Again, if you don't feel like you're treated fairly or respected, or that there is not equity, that puts you at a higher risk of burnout. And lastly, values. Are you asked to do things that you find unethical? I don't mean like illegal things. I mean, like maybe, your priorities and your org's priorities don't match. What are your values? What are your aspirations? Are those things that your org also values? If you're able to find a job or an organization that is a good match across these factors, you're at a much reduced risk of burnout. Again, no job is perfect, especially when you're first going into the field. So you might want to think about the things that are most important to you and maybe find a good match for at least those things. Burnout recovery. Again, we do what we can, and we do the best we can. I've read a really great paper, and that's what these tips are from, about recovering from burnout every day. And it's a little bit different depending on whether or not you're really burned out already or at high risk of burnout versus not very burned out or at low risk. The tasks that you do to recover day to day are a little bit different. So if you are burned out or at high risk of burning out, you have got to stop spending time on work-related activities when you're off the clock. You've got to, because if you don't, you're already depleted, you're already exhausted. Everything about work is exhausting you. If you're using the time that you need to recover to continually do more depleting activities, you will not recover. There will be no recovery day to day. What does help people who are very burned out is really low effort activities. So things like watching TV, resting, relaxing on the couch. It helps recover some of that cognitive and physical energy. Social activities help in daily recovery, especially for people that are suffering from high levels of burnout, not necessarily work connections. So try to connect with meaningful folks outside of work. This can be in person or this can be virtual. But connecting with folks from work will probably increase your stress and you won't recover as well each day. And physical activities are helpful. Whatever you like to do, whatever you want to do, does not have to be strenuous, but they do help. They do help you recover some energy day to day. If you're at low risk of burnout, you can do a little bit more work in your off hours. Be careful with this, because you don't want to shift from a low burnout place to a higher burnout place. But it's not depleting you actively like it is for people who are already burned out. This is really interesting. Low effort activities don't seem to be as helpful for folks that are not burned out. So it could be more indicative of maybe other things, boredom, depression. But daily recovery from work specifically, it seems like things like social activities and physical activities are a little more helpful. I did not include this in a slide because it was a study for medical graduate students, but I did read an article that suggested that there are different kinds of burnout, that some types of burnout are very internalized. It becomes very existential, who am I? What do I want? What does my identity mean in terms of this job? And there are more external kinds of burnout, stress, the situational stuff, but it doesn't get as deeply internalized. And this paper suggested that different types of burnout also have different recovery activities. For the more circumstantial types of burnout, sometimes taking time off will be very helpful. Doing things like helping sort of reduce some of these sources of stress. For internalized burnout, it's a different path to recovery. So I would need to do some more research on that to speak to that in great depth, but it's complex, and burnout recovery is complex, which is why I suggest talking with someone if you feel like this is something that you're struggling with. So what are our key takeaways? We've learned and talked about that burnout is a psychological response to kind of chronic occupational stress that's caused by high demands and low resources at work. Because of this, it's really up to the organizations and not the individuals to create environments that reduce burnout and put people at less risk of burnout. What individuals can do is recognize and be self-aware about burnout symptoms and burnout risk. It really is about finding the right environment for you to help you avoid burnout. Find an org that encourages those human capital factors of, growth, skill development, creativity. And find an org that's a good match for you, for your values, your goals, and your personality. Again, those 6 factors. That makes a really big difference. All right. We have some bonus content So I love talking about self-care because self-care is really important. We are people. We are not the same as the computers that we're keeping safe and the networks we're keeping safe. This is good. We have to respect that, as I have mentioned in previous talks. And we need to work with it. We need to take the best care of our own systems as possible to be good at our work and also just to feel better as people in general. Sleep. Sleep is so important. It's really essential for cognitive performance. And there have been so many studies about sleep and sleep deprivation and performance. Total sleep deprivation is bad for cognitive performance. It impairs a lot of different things that we need in our jobs. Things like attention and long-term memory, decision-making skills are affected by a lack of sleep. One paper I found said that there actually are negative effects of kind of chronic partial sleep deprivation, that it significantly affects attention. I thought this was particularly interesting, that it affects vigilance, which is kind of a big deal, because especially if you're in a SOC, it's something that is important and something that we need to have. This same article that was talking about total versus partial sleep deprivation, because total sleep deprivation has been studied a ton. Some of their research suggests that this chronic partial sleep deprivation actually takes proportionately longer to recover from. So if you've got like a marathon weekend where you're really sleep deprived, your skills are gonna decline because you're just completely exhausted. But then once you get enough rest, which is, I think, advised to be more than 2 full nights of full sleep, those will recover proportionally quickly. But if you're on this kind of like long slope of sleep decline, it'll take a while to kind of fully recover those deficits. It also varies a lot person to person, like huge amounts. So just something to think about. But do your best to sleep. Do your best to rest. It's very, very important for doing good work and being a good defender. Mindfulness. This sounds so hokey. I know people are like, mindfulness. Mindfulness is great. And the research for this is really robust. Mindfulness exercises do a lot of really good things. They reduce stress and anxiety. They improve your mood. And it doesn't take very long. So we're going to do a little mini one right now. So I want you to sit here with me. And I want you to kind of think about and visualize what the space above your head feels like. Just kind of conceptualize the feeling of your head and the space between your head and the ceiling. And how's the air moving around above it? You know, another one that's common is naming things that you can see, feel, taste, touch, and hear, you know, one of each. You're just focusing on one. And what these mindfulness exercises do is they act as grounding activities to break negative feedback loops. So again, things like anxiety, and almost give you like a mini meditation. So if you're in a place or an investigation where you're feeling a great deal of stress and frustration, taking a moment to do a grounding exercises in some way kind of clears your mental palette and lets you come back to things with less stress and less anxiety. My last self-care tip to share with you is physical activity. I know it came up earlier for burnout recovery, but it's good for so many things. It helps mood, mental health, it helps you sleep better, which helps everything else, and it also helps your physical health. I'm not going to tell you that you need to do a certain amount of certain activities for a certain number of days. Any movement is good. Anything that you do to get up and moving your body is better than not doing. So, you know, I like to say a lot, done is better than perfect. I've listed a whole bunch of things here. Whatever you like to do and whatever you can do, you know, even just standing up helps a great deal. VR games are fun for this. You know, if you have some physical concerns, physical therapy is a great thing to do. Maybe you can do some light stretches. You know, whatever you're able to do will help. I actually did a study with Chris Sanders where we talked to security analysts and how they thought about their investigations. And the theme that came up on a regular basis was analysts would tell us that if they were stuck and they had hit a wall in their investigation, that getting up and getting a cup of coffee or going outside, taking a little walk for 10 or 15 minutes would usually help them come up with new creative solutions for how to continue in their investigations. So this kind of activity, again, it's not just to help you and your internal systems work better, but it also will help you in your investigations as well. All right, I want to share my sources with you. These are actually all publicly available because I don't like paywalls. So, I highly recommend Google Scholar. If you're interested in specific sources, please feel free to reach out and let me know. And that is the content I have for you today. So I'm easy to find on the internet. I'm on Twitter. I have a website, and here's my email. I really want to encourage you. I would love to talk about this. This is so important. And if you have questions or resources to share, please feel free to reach out and share those. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can bounce back over to the chat. And I'm going to use these last few minutes to answer any questions that have come up. So, or to point out some things. So if you have asked questions in the chat, I have not been watching the chat. Feel free to ask them again if you have some concerns. I see some starred comments. Let's see. Yeah, Daniel Williams agreed. Physical activity is a huge help. I'm glad that that's been helpful for you. Let's see, Dinesh, was working in a knock, and then he moved from the knock to the sock, and that was a big help. So again, the type of work is a big thing. Let's see. If Stephen or Justin, if y'all are watching the chat or found any particular questions that you think it would be great to ask, or if you have questions, please feel free to jump in and let me know.
That's a great talk, Stef. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, happy to. Right.
So many things we still have to learn, right? On that, like we always talk about, how much we know in technology and how much, but if we don't do those things the right way, we're not going to be able to do much on the technology or cybersecurity field. So everything goes hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. It is. That's my big message that I'm trying to put out, is that we have to, we're the ones doing the work, our brains and our bodies. And so that is a significant piece of the puzzle. Cognitive bias comes up a lot. I didn't touch on this, but who we are has a big impact on the work that we do and how we do that work.
I'll share a couple of things that have been very useful for me, like during the pandemic. Like one is getting a standing desk so I can, change position, right, and walk around a little bit. The other one, especially when we teach, right, we teach long hours every day. And the second one is I'm trying to do that even now that it's very cold up here in the Northeast. When I have to take a call and I don't have to share anything on my screen, just go out for a walk. And that
I'm a pacer on the phone for sure. I drive people nuts. You say stand-up desk, but I think I bought my stand-up desk because it had a hammock underneath. I don't know if that counts.
I mean, you are getting up, you are moving, you are kind of changing your situation. This is good. These are good things. For walking outside, there's actually a really interesting Japanese study that was done, and I think it was something like 15 minutes. Even if you're in an urban setting, you can get outside and be in green space. It does a lot to reduce stress and anxiety. So yeah, there is really something to being outdoors, and even if it's just a backyard or a courtyard or something like that, it can help a great deal.
In fact, you share the beautiful photos on Twitter on your outdoors activities. What did you, maybe somebody haven't seen it yet, what did you find, and where did you go?
So that is at Yellow Branch Falls in upstate South Carolina in the US. So it's right at where kind of the Blue Ridge Plateau comes down into the Piedmont. So there's a lot of waterfalls and really pretty hiking. So yeah, I try to practice what I preach. I try to get outside as much as I can, but it's hard. I'm saying all this stuff. I don't do mindfulness exercises. Sometimes I just stay in my freaked out space until I remember that this is a thing I can do. It takes practice, and it's all about small and manageable changes. There's some really good books about that. Power of Habit and Atomic Habits, I know a lot of folks really like. So don't feel like you have to do all of these things at once. Just whatever you can do to help will help.
Well, and a lot what you're saying is balance, because like in there you put quit working on basically IT related stuff after work. And I think your point is it's okay, but there needs to be a balance. Like if you actually enjoy and hobby that's fine. But if you're just constantly working all the time, like stop that.
Yeah, and that's specifically for people that are burned out and that are still trying to do that work. They're just increasing their level of burnout significantly. Again, if it's not depleting you, like you said, if you enjoy it, then that's really the key. Finding things that don't deplete you further.
And I think people who say, but it's my hobby, to me, I always distinguish, there's the healthy hobby, and then there's where it's almost like an addiction. You have an unhealthy response to constantly being on the computer. And I don't think we sometimes call it that, but I kind of feel like it is.
My favorite metaphor is, you're kind of like a power strip. And there's a lot of things that are going to plug into you to pull resources and energy from you. You need to make sure that you're plugged into things that are giving you that energy. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do the things that you want to do. So again, if your hobby is something that you love and it really energizes you a lot, that's great. If it's something that maybe you feel like you have to do, like you're trying to get ahead, or maybe you did it for a while, but you're not enjoying it as much. Again, it's good to find things that renew you. This is a good thing. It will help reduce burnout. It will help you feel better.
And I particularly like what you mentioned, Steph, about just socializing. And many of us have felt that, especially during the pandemic, when maybe it was not easy to get together or not even advisable to get together, but just like a phone call from a friend, right? Mm-hmm. That's it. And just chatting a little bit makes you feel so much better. Makes you feel recharged. So yeah, doing exercise and yoga and all those things, it's amazing. But sometimes all you need to do is to step away from the computer or social media and all of this and just like have a chat with somebody. Mm-hmm. If it's in person, even better, right? But even when you cannot, a phone call could be all you need. So
hugely helpful. Absolutely.
Awesome. Is there any other questions from anybody?
See, I've seen some great suggestions from folks. So if y'all have been watching the chat, a lot of folks have other suggestions. The most dangerous thing causes greater burnout. So I think the biggest thing is, that it depends from one person to another and what their goals are and kind of the environment that they're in. Also, if you're dealing with other factors, I did not talk about non-occupational factors that can lead to burnout because that's too big for scope for a single talk. Certainly having other stuff going on that is depleting you. So emotional stress, financial stress, pandemic stress, it doesn't help. You're getting that energy pulled away from you, and that's certainly going to aggravate your risk of burnout at work.
And we got a question that folks would love your Twitter handle.
Mm-hmm. At Techie Stef, TECHIESTEF. And again, if you Googled Stef Rand, it pops up.
And we got one more in there. Why do people who struggle with burnout have difficult time talking about it?
I think that the field is in a place where there's not kind of that psychological safety yet. You see people talking about being rock stars, these heroic efforts, working, acting like everything's fine. Again, I'm thinking of first responders and how long it took for them to start being able to have conversations about the burnout levels. This is something that's going to be kind of a cultural change, I think. And that's one of the reasons why I was really excited that I got a chance to come and talk about it with y'all. Because I think people do feel like it's a failing. It's a personal failing, or they're personally responsible. And that's not true. It's not true. So hopefully we can start to make those changes and encourage people to talk about it more, that it's a question of situation plus person, and it's not just on the individual to fix or prevent.
And I think we have to make it like normal, right, and acceptable. Like all of us, we struggle with these things sometimes more than ever. I mean, more sometimes like more than in other times. But I think we all struggle with this at some point, and there's nothing wrong with just talking about it.
No, not at all. That's actually one of the things that was recommended. I mentioned I read the paper but didn't put a slide. That existential feeling that you can have with some kinds of burnout, validation was actually the number one thing for aiding in recovery. It's just acknowledging and validating that this is a thing that is happening to you. Helps a great deal with that type of burnout.
There's a good point from Zach talking about the relationships within your household, right? The spouse, kids, family, and friends outside of that. Sometimes like asking somebody, like, how do they see us from the outside? Because sometimes we might compare to others thinking that everybody's doing the same thing. But then when you talk to the people with your household or friends, or how do you see me? And they might be like, oh, you're always connected. You don't disconnect. You're always on your phone. You're always, not that anybody has ever told me that, but
yeah, I'm sure no one here can relate to that.
Right. And it's like, yeah, that's right. That's wrong. And I have to stop. So sometimes it's good to ask for honest feedback. But now be prepared to receive the feedback. It might not be what you want, what you expect.
It's true.
And that question works both ways, because sometimes someone should just ask you, like, what's your life really like? Kind of the opposite. Kind of where people put you up on a pedestal, but like, let's keep it real. Like, I've been to marriage counseling. People have anxiety. Like, you don't see some of that, and that's not the behind the scenes talk later, by the way. But in reality, if we would all just come out and talk, we would actually talk about the reality of life, of burnout and anxiety, depression, and like, we would all lift each other up so much better. And I know we're talking these things, but in reality, people like Stef, people like Ismael, like, if you don't have family to talk to or friends that you feel you could, I'm pretty sure the folks here, we would give you that arm up. So just throwing that out
absolutely. There. This is a great community. The SANS community is a great community, and there are resources available too. So especially now, it's really nice. There's been a lot of advances in remote mental health care. It's one of the tiny silver linings of the last couple of years. So there's definitely some resources available. If you have questions, please do reach out.
Well, as always, Stef, fantastic talk. Really appreciate having you on board.
Much appreciated. It was a real pleasure to be here today.
Thank you very much. With that, I think Steven said we get to do more swag. Yes. He wouldn't let me do it earlier, but now apparently we get to do another one. But I'm going to be kind, and Ismael, I'll let you run this one.
Let's go for it. Where's Steven?
He's missing. All right. Well, again, goal. Let's try to get at least 100.
There you go. So everybody's like typing the all-around defender in the chat. Keep going. Yeah, I think 100 is like minimum, right?
I feel like it should be at least 100. I mean, I know we've got quite a few people
there you
here.
Go. Now we're getting some speed there. It's also right after lunch, so it takes more time.
Unacceptable.
Now, how random is random? Talking about randomization in a computer. No, we don't talk about that anymore.
Pseudo random, because it's not. There's nothing real. There is no spoon. Remember. All right, here we go.
Nice.
All right.
Congrats. Woo. Reach out to Michelle, right, on the chat, and she will be able to let you know how you get their swag. Very nice. Awesome. So what do we have next, Justin?
We have our after lunch panel, starting point, Blue Team resources from beginning to expert. Which doesn't mean we're going to take you from beginner to expert. It doesn't mean we're going to take you from expert to master. It just means we're going to talk about resources you have available to use, what's worked for us, what's not worked, what's changing, and we're just going to have that discussion. I believe Ismael, you're on this one, right?
I think so. If you want me, I'll stay.
Yeah, I'll always check it. And then Brian Carroll, can you please come to the table? Is he here too?
Yeah.
See, we got direct shot into your room, which I see too much of lately because you're constantly coding every night. And yeah.
He didn't even say anything and you're telling him off. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey.
I love these platforms. Like people show up, they disappear. It's like, it's all like magical.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of kick things off here. Like this talk is really just on if someone was starting in cyber defense or even potentially already in the field, like how do they level up? Like as an all-around defender, there's just so much out there, whether it's automation, understanding Windows, Linux, understanding network security monitoring, EDR, all the changing of acronyms, cloud. It's overwhelming. Like I actually started trying to prepare an updated like cybersecurity awesome list for GitHub. But then I started looking at all the ones out there and it's like, I'm already overwhelmed and I don't want to make the problem worse by just dumping all this information. Because if you just Google cyber defense awesome list GitHub, you'll find tons of resources and they're good. But how do we not overwhelm people yet push them to level up? Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think it's important for people to look at it from two different lenses, right? So you got to look at it from the perspective of for yourself, and then also from the perspective of the organization, and understand what you want to get better at to kind of focus in on certain things. You can't drink from the fire hose, right? We can't eat the elephant in one bite. You got to kind of take it in little chunks. So working backwards from what you're trying to improve on will help you focus in on that list, that giant awesome list, and pick off one or two things that you want to consume in smaller scales.
But Sans always says drink from the fire hose, Brian. Like, you're not supposed to sit. No.
I asked you what I couldn't say on.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I think the struggle with that though is I think people don't know they don't know what they want to do. Therefore, they can't work backwards because they don't they can't actually have the end goal because they haven't defined it yet.
Sure.
Like
I told one of my junior analysts, we go through this exercise all the time. It's, what is good work to you? What excites you, right? Whether it's helping fix a problem or triaging a vulnerability or just dealing with end users on a daily basis, doing phishing triage. Like, what is good work for you? And then taking that information and that good work and seeing where it maps across the 30 plus disciplines of cybersecurity and working backwards from there, right? He doesn't need to get good in differ, but he needs to get good in writing emails and understanding how email works and all that stuff. So finding good work and understanding what good work for you is will help you get work backwards from there. So
that's a very good point. And I'm thinking, especially for us that we might have more experience, some of us that might even like manage teams, how can we help these less experienced ones to find that? Because sometimes even like just if you ask me, I'm starting in cybersecurity, it's like, well, find your passion. I'm like, I don't know, right? Because you haven't tested anything yet or you haven't seen it. So maybe part of our responsibility as well is to demo something, right? And show something. And it's like, hey, how do you feel about that? Yeah, whatever. But then they find something that you demoed and it's like, oh wow, that's really cool. I want to learn more about that, about Justin's PowerShell or about Ismael's Pandas or about and that sparks that interest, right? Or inspires somebody to actually say, I'm going to spend some time on developing this skill. I mean, what's been your experience with that, guys? I
mean, I like if someone truly doesn't know what, like, especially if they're going from something into security and they're not in security yet, I agree. I think what I want them to see is I want them to dabble. Like, I don't want them to go deep at all. Like just give me a quarter an inch on everything. Like, oh, I wrote a Python script and I hated every minute of it. That's fantastic. That's my business partner, by the way. He hates scripting. So what does he not do? He doesn't do scripting. And yet he's in security. And I would say he's really good at what he does. And he can fix scripting and it takes him way longer, but he hates it. that's not his area of specialty, and it doesn't need to be. That's what we have Brian for. But I like to encourage folks that if you don't know what your end goal is in security, I want you to initially dabble, which does not mean put 20 hours into everything. It means spend 30 minutes writing a script, spend 30 minutes tuning Windows, deploy a domain controller, connect to Amazon and do something cloudy, right? And if you naturally have more questions, that means there's interest in it. And go for, you can start to adapt from there. I just think if we get in analysis paralysis too much, there's too many options. You don't even necessarily have to play with all options. Just get a hard set of, does anything at all pique your interest? Because if the answer is no to everything, you're in the wrong career, or you shouldn't be here. I don't know if you agree. And if you don't agree with that, throw that out there, because that's just my 2 cents.
I think it's hard for people just getting into this to understand what all those different flavors that they can choose from are, right? I saw a tweet a while back. It was a mind map of all the different areas of InfoSec, and it was just this giant amalgamation and spaghetti map of different things you can do. And then understanding what the resources are under each one of the disciplines is hard to consume. And it goes back to your awesome list, right? Where's that central spot to find it so that you can take the sample spoon and see if you like it or not. But that's why we're here right now, right? We're going to talk about some of this stuff and where you can find some of it. So
one of those places could be the SANS reading room. Roger is mentioning that on the comments. You could go there and find all these different works from categorized in different topics, and go read one, right? See if that's something that interests you. Could be on networking, could be on cloud and applications and scripting.
I mean, out of curiosity, because in my mind, I don't think there needs to be a central location of all this, because I don't actually think that would help personally. I feel like you were talking about the mind map. To me, it's like a DNA molecule. It's just so big that there's really almost no point in even looking at it, because you just get overwhelmed. There's burnout right then and there, right? But I feel like if we look at our individual paths, I started in IT as a web designer, oddly, and then I rolled from web designer to sysadmin, and I went from sysadmin finally into security. But what would happen is I identified problems at the locations I was working, the companies, and then I just tried to solve them on my own. And I found that I went from web designer to sysadmin because I liked that. Web designer was almost accidental. The sysadmin I like because I like building things. I like that architecture piece. But then the security ultimate is what I enjoyed the most, because I found it changed the most. And I like solving problems. And you're constantly re-architecting and restructuring and not trying to find the best way, but just trying to find things that fit. And it just kind of was a natural path for me. And I learned as I was solving problems. What did it look like for you guys? Is there a correlation to that, or was that just a one-off?
For me, I started out in a computer repair shop, right? I was taking programming classes in high school and doing computer repair at night, and then junior system administration, network engineering, and then eventually made the jump to cybersecurity. But along the way, it was picking up little pieces of things that I had to fix. I was the sole guy in an organization for a long time, so I had to understand how Exchange worked, and I had to understand how firewalls worked, and that's the all-around defender, right? You got to understand how it all works, and then eventually I just picked onto one thing. It was the cybersecurity portion of it all, and just started heading down that path.
That's funny. That's exactly how I started as well. Computer repair shop. I was studying in final years of high school, and then sysadmin, dev work, but security was the most challenging piece. And I think many of us, we love solving puzzles and challenges, and that's how it felt, right? But I think we also have to admit that it doesn't have to be the passion for you. You just want to have a job, and this feels like something that you can do to make a living out of, and perfect. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to. We have to demystify that a little bit, right? Because sometimes it can, if you're unbalanced, it can end up in burnout or something like that. So,
yeah, 100%. I don't think you have to have a passion in this field to be in this field. I think it's highly respectable if you're just making a living, providing for your family, and this field is a fairly good job security field. Kudos to you. That's fantastic. I'm just trying to correlate, like, what was the training path? And like, I feel like for the three of us, it was path of least resistance because it fit within the field and it just kind of naturally evolved. So I'm just pointing that out. I think for those like this use case, let's say you just want to enter security, you're trying to provide a living. How would one enter that? I mean, I get like there's tons of webcasts out there. And then I guess maybe let's step back and do that. Like books, webcasts, YouTube videos, online training courses, SANs in their different modalities. Like, what training do you think folks could actually do? Because if I were to rewind 10, 15 years ago, I would read 10 technical books a year probably. And I don't read any technical books at all anymore. Like I bought Chris Sanders' Honeypot book. Fantastic book, by the way. But I didn't buy it to read it from start to finish. I just read it to quickly implement some of those specific things I wanted. Are books still a primary training route nowadays? I do a lot of self-help books. I just don't do technical books anymore.
I think it depends on the person. I've always used books as the go quickly look something up, as like an encyclopedia, not so much reading it from cover to cover, like you said. So it really depends on everyone's learning style, whether a book is the proper medium or not.
For me, I think like most of us, we spend a lot of time in front of the computer. So the easiest way to digest or to consume something is just to, do a Google search and, go read a blog. There's tutorials, there's videos. But if I want to, that's my feeling, right? If I want to learn something and make sure that it stays with me, that I don't forget about it like in 2 weeks, having a physical book helps me. So for example, talking about the data science workshop that I did before, I bought a couple of books on Pandas data frames and visualizations and analytics. Why? Because it helps me with the focus. If I'm in front of the computer, it's very hard for me to focus. There's a million things doing, pop-ups and email. But if I take the book, I can sit somewhere else where I'm not in front of the computer, and I get a pen and a highlighter, and I start reading the background. And that kind of prepares my mind to learn more than if I was just like trying to just watch a video or following a blog. So when I want to learn something and I have a good foundation, to me, a book helps. Even if it's not the latest and the greatest material, but it helps me to solidify that.
And so, yeah, I would find that to be absolutely, and earlier in my career, I'd say that was absolutely true because I would always do the physical books because I could step away. But those were material that I needed to absorb and understand like how things worked. Nowadays, all the things I'm trying to research are how do I like you said Pandas books. I would struggle with that now because I don't want to read about pandas. I want to use pandas.
Well, let me tell you that. That's a very good point. I never read these books cover to cover, right? So yeah, these books are like this. I never read them cover to cover, but I go through some of the chapters that I like to learn more about the background, right? Where it comes from, what happened. And then at some point I will like, yeah, okay, I know this. And then I go and I switch to the computer. Then I hit my head against I bang my head against the wall. And it's like, I started doing a few like Google searches, and it takes me more time than actually opening up the book sometimes and going and, exactly. That's exactly what I want. So it's a combination of things. It's not one single thing.
Yeah.
And
Brian,
Justin and I had this happen in real time the other day. We were talking about Elasticsearch and what we can do for certain things, and we're shooting ideas back and forth in teams. I'm like, let me just go read the documentation, and it was right there in front of me. I said, I guess I got to read the docs more.
And so I was actually going right there. Like you kind of talked about self-learning. We were offline chatting about this, and we were kind of arguing. Like sometimes I feel like self-learning is actually more efficient than doing any like Fast API and some of these other sources have really, really good documentation. And I don't think I would ever need to buy a book or watch a video because They've got like perfect, almost like labs built into the pages. And like, how much of what you do, Brian, is self-taught? And meaning you're not buying videos, you're not buying books, you're just effectively reading the documentation and playing with it until it does what you need it to do.
Yeah, I'd say about 95%. Like, I have a book for Black Hat Python. I haven't cracked it open yet because I just take my time to experiment and actually try and write the script. And then if something's not working, I Google it because I can find it faster than flipping through the pages in the book. And that seems to be more efficient for me. But yeah, I try to self-teach myself as much as I possibly can. It's either installing new software and breaking it so I know how to fix it or understand how it works under the hood. It's that experimentation that is probably the best way to learn things, because you don't know until you try.
I learned Brian's software by breaking it that way. No, I mean, I personally feel like you can get into cybersecurity and make a really good salary for your family, for yourself, passion or no passion, without ever taking a formal training. And yes, I totally get that's ironic coming from someone who teaches and writes for SANS. But I also feel like one of the words you used was efficiency. Like, I have my own MSSP, I have my own business. I send my employees to SANS training. It's not that there's not other training out there I don't recognize. I send people to other than non-SANS training too. It's just that I also factor in efficiency. And if I want to take a staff and get them from 0 to this point, and there's a very specific training focus for that, it does make sense. And I think that's where the difference is between self-taught. Some of it is way more efficient self-taught. Sometimes I think we buy books and we do online training or we do formal classes, and it actually would have just been better if you would have just figured it out. Personally, I do think that's true. But then there are other times, like I spent 20 hours learning Docker. Kid you not. Like, I bought a class, I went and I was learning how to do Docker Swarm and all that. And I really feel someone could have taught me that within an hour. Like, it went so deep in so many areas that I really just didn't care about. It's cool to know. But like, if Ismael would have sat me down and be like, hey, Justin, yeah, here's all you actually really need to know.
Right.
That 20 hours would have went to, probably 30 minutes actuality.
That's how I learned Docker for you when you guys stood up our sim. It was like, I just watched what Justin did, and Docker came to me. So
there's another factor, which is the how you can inspire somebody. And that is something that you can only get from a person that you are developing some sort of relationship with, right? Even if it's just attending somebody's class. And I have to say that, yesterday I received, a couple of days ago, one of the most beautiful notes I've ever received from a student that took Security 530 probably in the last year. And he sent me a note saying, Ismael, thanks. I got promoted to security engineer because of this class. But more importantly, what really got me was, he said, you inspire me to be better, to become better. And sometimes, like, we might not even realize of how much power, in this case, like, as instructors, we can have on somebody, or how you can, because we are getting inspired by other people as well. How you get inspired when you sit down with someone that really knows a subject and shows you something, as Justin says, forget about those 20 hours. This is what it matters and why it matters to you. And that can be very powerful. And I feel that reading a blog post or watching a YouTube video, you may not always get that. So,
I mean, how much mentorship did you both get in your, like, I got almost zero mentorship because I live in a very rural area, like population 12,000. I mean, I know they're smaller out there, but there's no tech companies near me. And so I had to self-teach or go to formal training to learn anything. I will say Seth Meisner and Eric Conrad later in my career absolutely jump-started, like, hardcore my trajectory into SANS and opening my own business. So I was inspired. I don't know if I'd use the word inspired. I was definitely lifted up. They helped me get where I am today. So people have had a profound impact on my career and home life. I don't know if that's been the same for the both of you.
From a technical mentorship, I didn't have much in the past. In my current role, though, I've had a lot of like soft skill mentorship from my director, right? It's helped me understand the business side of security, and the team's aspect, and all that stuff that didn't come during my technical stuff, right? But yeah, technical mentorship wasn't really there. And I'm in the Northeast. There's a lot of technical stuff around here, but it's just a matter of the organization you're in.
And I think that's a good point as well, that when it comes to mentorship, I think everything's connected, right? Your technical skills, non-technical skills, everything makes you better at the end of the day. So even if it's not a technical mentor on the fields that we're working with, in this case, cybersecurity, but somebody that can maybe help you to maybe do better public speaking, or like better report writing, or like better, communication skills in general, all of that, it's helpful. It's mentoring at the end of the day. So I would say that even though it's obviously good, and we try to provide those opportunities, right? Just in like to mentor others in cybersecurity, but extend your network to other people that might not be cybersecurity experts. At the end of the day, we learn from a lot of different people, right?
I feel like the people component is a big one, because, like, for example, we Ismael and I have done monthly mentor calls, and one of the things that is really common that I hear in those is, I want to be in cybersecurity because I want to make 6 figures. And if you ever tell me that, you're instantly going to get this response. Why? Why does that matter to you? Why do you want to make $100,000+ ? Is it because you're struggling to make ends meet? Because if you're making $80,000, like $80,000 where I live in this remote town, that's like 2.5 times the average household income. And you could live like a king where I'm at. That's part of the reason I live where I live, right? And there are ways to get to success that are not necessarily tied to that 6-figure salary. And so as a mentor, I'm asking that because I want to see what's the problem you're actually trying to solve. Because sometimes tech isn't the way you solve it. You might still want to enter cybersecurity, but you could change some things in your personal life. Some of it's, for all of you who, when you order dinner, it's always DoorDash and Uber Eats. I'm not gonna lie. You could save a ton of money by quit doing that. And so I feel like a lot of that factors in, because I don't see mentorship as a technical only role. A mentor is someone you look up to, you trust. Like, Brian, I consider you a mentor. You're a peer, but you're still in a mentor role. I respect your opinion. Ismael, we've had multiple calls, even on like our personal finances and how we treat our children. Because to me, I would actually say those conversations with the two of you are more important to me, and I respect you more for those than the tech stuff. It just happens that I can learn tech from you faster than I can anybody else. And I'm not saying that to everybody else as in, haha, you don't have mentors. I'm saying that because we are Blue Team. We are a mentorship-based community. Ismael and I will start putting out on Twitter again our monthly mentor calls. Brian, you're glad to join those too, by the way. Scott Lynch, I know you're probably listening. You often join those. I'm not saying everybody who joins those is a mentee, because to me, everybody can mentor everybody, and that's what I really want. You shouldn't be dependent on us. We should all be interdependent, just interconnected.
Yeah. And that's why, these events are really useful. What we did yesterday on Twitter Spaces, I think that was fantastic. And it's great to see some of those that participated yesterday on this chat as well, right? I see Eric as well. We had a very good conversation. I think Eric was talking yesterday about his goals for 2022, and he said, I registered for 6 SANS events for 6 classes. I'm like, wow, how do you do that? So yeah, I guess like everybody learns in a different way. But I think the important thing is that we all have a goal to learn something new, right? So otherwise, and I've been there as well. Like, you keep doing certain things for a certain time, and you feel like, I start feeling like depressed. I start feeling like down, like bored, burnout. And what gives me that spark to become, I'm going to say passionate again, I don't know if that's the term, but to feel motivated to continue learning and doing more things, is to learn something new.
And something new does not actually have to me, doesn't mean something like, doesn't mean actually new. It means something that can help you do something you already know better, or something you have no experience in. And I'm calling it out because, like, my number one goal for my company this year is not to implement new product offerings and services. It's just to make the ones we already have better. And so already 14 days in, we started this in December, by the way, we've automated or contextualized certain data, and we worked with Brian, and this has really been mostly Brian. He's got us a whole new incident management platform we're using now in-house. And there's not technically a new technology we're using. It's just improvements of things that we know, but we can tweak them. And I got to tell you, that has been extremely motivating. It has been game changing. Like, we've probably eliminated 1.5 FTEs worth of work so far, just because of the automation we've done with other things, like with our SIM implementations. The case management stuff that Brian's doing, which is just, it's Python and Vue.js. Like, those aren't new technologies to us, but the implementation solves a problem. It's intriguing. Brian is probably close to burnout because he's working too much on it, but he's also having fun.
That's what keeps me going, is every time that Justin lays out a new challenge and we solve it, it just relights that flame. So, yeah.
And Brian does not work for me, by the way. I know it sounds like he does not. We're not affiliated in any direct relation. I like him, and he's working on some cool stuff.
But I was just thinking about what you said, Justin, and it reminded me, actually, the last book I've bought, and it was this week. It came recommended by a friend that I work with. Who's brilliant, and he was just sharing with me some ways in which you can optimize the way that you design. You come up with an idea, you design that idea, and you implement that idea. I mean, it feels like obvious, right? But it's not. So this book, it's called The Design Thinking Playbook. And so it's something that I'm not, again, I will probably read it like back to back, but I'm going to be, taking some time, and I'll go through it, and I'll get some ideas. And it might be something that helps, your day to day. It doesn't have to be something super technical, but it's about improving the efficiency of a process that you already have in place. And it makes you maybe step back and challenge the way you see things. And I like that type of stuff. Like when I talk to somebody that has a completely different background, completely different experience, and might not be in cybersecurity at all, and learning how they do things, you can extrapolate from that and apply it to what you do on a daily basis. So yeah, it's not all about bits and bytes. You can learn from a lot of different places.
So Brian and Ismael, what do you think I would say is the number one thing in my office that helps me accomplish my goals and learn new things? Is it the laptop? Books? Like what would you think I would say is the number one tool I use in my office? Go for it.
The whiteboard?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, I was hoping you'd guess something funny, but all right, it's fine. No, my whiteboard, like, I do goal setting on it. I'll do mind maps of things that I find interesting and learning. I draw on that thing all the time. And back when I knew nothing, I had a little itsy bitsy whiteboard or a sheet of paper, and I effectively have always done that personally. If you've done like the setting 10 goals each year, like I don't know what it is, but when you put something in writing on a whiteboard on paper and you think about what you're trying to solve before trying to solve it, the most efficient thing I've ever done is to put something down, almost like writing pseudocode. For those of you who are programmers, pseudocoding before coding, before you do it, because I don't know why, but the end result is night and day different when you actually stop to plan it before just jumping right in. I don't want you to jump right in. I want you to think about it.
So true. And that's why I still get like, and you've probably seen me, like pen and paper, and I write things as we discuss. First, because it helps me to concentrate and focus. Because otherwise, I will be checking my social media, my Twitter feed. I mean, the Twitter feed right now, it's amazing. It's like, oh, everybody like posting photos and.
Sorry, David S. But I thought it's Ismael picture since he inspires you so much. Ismael hasn't sent me a picture yet. I'd put it in my business partner's got a picture in his own desk over there. But
I'll send you one. No worries.
Thank you. I'll get your Christmas card and I'll hang it up there with my kids' ones. Brian, you can send me one too.
I'll send you a cardboard cutout of myself, and you can just put it back there. Yeah.
Hey, I'll hold it up and flash it. I mean, we had two questions I do want to go through. We've got mention of the SANS bachelor program. Is it worth it? And we got specifically like what books and media do you need to study? And I feel like we pseudo answered some of those. But I think we can be a bit more specific. So let's start with the SANS bachelor program. Brian, I'm going to throw that one over to you because I know you're working towards your GSE, and those are pretty closely related, even though they're different. What are your thoughts on folks trying to do the SANS bachelor program?
Well, so I don't have direct experience with the bachelor program. I can tell you that my boss did the master's program, which I guess is synonymous. So I think it's good value, right? You're working towards an ultimate goal, and along the way, you're getting all these different tidbits of cybersecurity, and some of them are outside of the realm of comfort, right? My director did the management master's track, but still had to do technical classes. So he's getting a little bit of both, right? So it's forcing you to kind of go outside your comfort zone, but also learn at the same time. And you have a goal, and you're working towards that goal. It's set out for you instead of just randomly picking off classes here and there on a whim, right?
Well, and I like working with your boss too, because he tends to ask way more specific and correct questions than when I deal with other organizations. In fact, I'll have him cut me off sometimes when he knows that I'm spinning off too far to the edge. He's no, bring it back, Justin.
Yeah, well, a lot of that he's gotten from that SANS program.
That's what I'm saying.
Changed his way of thinking. So
I've not taken the master's or bachelor's. I've gotten the GSE. So basically, I had to go through a lot of that. And in my mind, if you're going to force yourself to get a deep experience in multiple areas of security, which is their programs, and it's theory plus guaranteed hands-on, which I think is what I don't like colleges personally at this point, because I feel like most of what I'm seeing is theoretical, and they leave, they go to apply to a job, and they have no hands-on. Mm-hmm. At least with the SANS program, I know that's not a true statement. But I also know it's expensive.
Yeah. My bachelor's degree is from an online school, and it was specifically in network security.
What did you do for online? Just out of curiosity, I'm online.
It was you at the school?
Yeah.
It was a school called University of Advancing Technology in Arizona. The curriculum, and maybe this is because I've been in tech for so long, there was not a lot of hands-on. It was a lot of review. And I feel like a lot of these online programs that's what they do. And then I look at what SANS has to offer, and it's a lot of hands-on. The labs are good. The details in the classes is really good compared to what I saw in the traditional bachelor's degree. So,
see, I did Western Governors University. I only paid $3,300 for my bachelor's, and it's accredited, but it's self-paced. And I basically did the whole thing in 5.5 months. Mm-hmm. I was also just recently broke up with my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife. We got back together afterwards, but totally burnt out afterwards. But I didn't want to learn the stuff. I just wanted the piece of paper was my motivation. So I think a lot of what you just said, it's your motivation behind it. If you actually want to know your stuff and have a piece of paper, that's the SANS program.
I think that answers Rodrigo's question. And he's asking about these two options. He says, I have an option in master in cybersecurity or seek for more certification in which I should invest. Sometimes I have wondered that myself. It's like, do I want to go for a master? And I get to answer myself pretty quickly with with that one. It's like, no, I don't have the time. And second, like, why, right? What's the reason? I'm not going to learn much. I'm pretty sure I will learn something new from somebody, but It's like, do I need the paper?
But that's your position in life right now. Like for you and your career, like Sans author, Sans instructor, high up at McAfee, like you getting a master's degree or a doctorate, like in my opinion, doesn't make sense because it's not going to help you.
But
for someone starting off,
question for somebody that it's in a different position.
Yeah,
I go back to when I started in my first job. There was a guy that had a master's in cybersecurity, a master's in computer science, and I was still like going through my bachelor's degree on my third year, and we both started to work there, half day, and the guy that had the master's degree, he was there just for a week. In my case, coming from Spain, he didn't speak in English, so he would be very limited in what he could learn from. So he wouldn't be able to learn from documents written in English. And second, he did not have that. Was not that resourceful. I would be like, I don't know about this, but I'll figure it out. And I would just find resources and read things and try them out. And guess what? I got the job. He didn't. So going back to what you said, motivation. What do you need it for? What do you want it for? And then return on investment. How much time is this going to take me versus what I want to get out of it? That's also important because time is precious and it's money.
Yeah, I feel like anytime you're talking college or certification, you need to identify why you want them. My business partner had a bachelor's, was just fine, but then he worked at a university. His income directly and then instantaneously would go up if he got a master's. His motivation, well, they're going to help pay for the master's. And as soon as I finish it, I get an instant salary increase. Oh, that makes sense. Does that master's actually help him do what he did? Well, to be honest, he already knew all the things, so he didn't really learn anything, but it doesn't matter. It made complete sense in his shoes.
Last night I was on another Twitter space right before this one, and somebody mentioned they got passed over on a job role because they didn't have certs, but they had a master's degree. And then somebody chimed in the inverse. They had a master's degree but didn't have certs. So it depends on where you're trying to go and what that organization is looking for. Getting a little bit of both might actually be beneficial.
The safe bet, I feel, and maybe this is a direct thing we throw. I think the safe bet today, 2022, is you probably need some level of college degree and some certs. It's become kind of the standard, I feel. Now, how far up do you need to go on both? I feel like, to me, the answer to that, though, is those two things are sheets of paper that get you interviewed. The problem I have is we focus so much on the sheets of paper that you can't actually do the jobs. And so I, as an employer, I don't care about either the degree or the certs. I want to see if you actually know your chops. The certs let me know you at least have this minimum standard of knowledge, but that doesn't mean you can actually do the hands-on work. It's tough.
I don't know if we have any STI students in the chat. I think somebody mentioned that with STI you get bachelor's certification and also the certs that you get from GIAC. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. At the time when I was starting, there was nothing like that. But if I would be starting back now, I guess that would be one of the options I would probably look at, right?
Yep. Yeah. And so the LinkedIn user, didn't say who you are, but yeah. I think a lot of places require both. I think Sans's program is expensive, but it currently is probably what I would say is the only thing that gives you head knowledge and hand knowledge. WGU or some like what Brian went to, those tend to be a lot cheaper. They tend to be more head knowledge, but WGU I did because it got me, I don't know, like 6 to 8 certs, and it was covered with tuition. So again, find your motivation. What are you trying to do? There are options out there. And again, Ismael, myself, Brian, Stef, others out there, you are absolutely encouraged to reach out because that's part of the whole mentorship and trying to help. Is the reason I didn't make another awesome list is there's no point. I don't want you to see that. I want to almost somewhat tailor my response to your question because nobody should be on the same path as everybody. That would be boring, bad, and it just wouldn't work.
That's the saddest thing that you can tell somebody. And I heard somebody saying once when he was asked, "What do you want to do with your career?" And that person said, "I want to be like you, like the person that was talking to him." And it's like, wow, that's wrong. That's wrong. You don't want to be like anybody else. I mean,
and you will never. I mean, we are all unique, and that's a good thing. Like I remember, I once worked with. We had a foreign exchange person working at one of the healthcare shops I was, and he thought so differently that initially it was really frustrating because like the way he would word things and the way like you could tell like the way he would put things together. It's like, how are you even? But then over time I realized like he had really good points and we would constantly bicker and challenge each other. And we came to be really close friends. And like, I think I would hate to work with myself personally. Like I want that challenging. I want that difference of thought. Like I'm sure I drive Brian crazy because I voice my opinion all the time. Sometimes I'm not right. Most of the time, no.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. Oh, yeah. Thanks. It saved my reputation right there.
There was a question from CD that I think we touched a little bit on that, but I was thinking about the question like, how do you guys decide what books or media you want to study? And it's so hard to prioritize where to lean forward. Zero Trust, SASE. That's actually the easy piece, right? Zero Trust, SASE, SIEM. You want to take 530 and 555. You'll be you'll be highly satisfied. No, but jokes aside, I think something that can help you is to figure out what's a problem that your business has or a challenge that your business has. They may not have reached out to you proactively to solve it, but you may know of, well, if we solve this thing, that might not be, too hard, too complicated. It might be a little problem. It might be a script, as Justin said, that you're going to write to do something specific or to report on something or to do a discovery, an assessment type of project to find out if there are any unmanaged assets or if there's something in the cloud that nobody knows about. Something that is not super extraordinary, doesn't require a lot of effort, but that can solve a problem for your manager. Start with that. And that is going to give you the attention, right? And probably even the budget to get to learn more and maybe more opportunities. This can open doors for you. And maybe that's been your experience as well, Brian or Justin.
Yeah, so I have 61 certifications, and I didn't pay for probably more than 15 of those, probably 10, which means I've got almost 50 of them paid by employers. But I did it in their interest. I said, hey, if you will pay for this, I will give you this. And many times I would even try to quantify, if I do this over here, this will save you this much money, which is substantially more savings than this costs. And they'd be like, yeah, okay, as long as you will actually keep your word. And then I was a man of my word and I did those things. So like, and then eventually when I started doing like more expensive classes like SANS, I would take the blueprint. This is what the class covers. I'm going to try to do these projects. And even if I only do half of those things, here's what you're going to benefit. And it became to the point where like, yeah, just whatever, just go take it. Scott Lynch was on the Twitter space last night, and he mentioned like he got to the point where his company would remind him to go to his training because they got value out of it. That's what you want to do. It's not, I always joke that it's manipulation and, social engineering at its finest, but really what you're trying to do is mutually beneficial warfare. Both parties win. Mm-hmm. Brian, you do any of that?
I think we all have to be good salesmen, right? And sell what you're trying to accomplish. I can tell you if any of my team members came to me with a new process that I didn't ask for that saved me time, well, I'd be giving them time off back or whatever they wanted, right? To Ismael's point, like find that thing that nobody's asking you for, but the organization definitely needs it. The 80-20 rule, that 20% of your time where you're kind of idle, go tinker, figure something out. Yep. I try to align my certifications with what the organization needs at that time, right? I have a GWAP. I'm not a pen tester, but we were having an AppSec problem at the time, and I wanted to learn more about AppSec. So I went and got it. And now I can talk to our developers and say, here's what you're doing wrong, or here's where you're doing things right. So,
yeah, I think that's a key differentiator in anybody's career path, is it can't just always be entirely focused on you. Find the synergy with like the company you're working for. Austin, I will answer your question. I know it's been there for a second. We'll come back to that in just a second, because I feel like what we're talking about directly ties to Richard, what you're asking. Within cyber, what is the best way to find a mentor? And it kind of ties with what we're just talking about with the social engineering aspect. The best way to get certs with the company paying for it, and the best way to find a mentor, is to just ask. That sounds so like it almost sounds like I'm dismissing your question, but no. Let me give you a case in point. I live in a rural area. There's nobody here who can mentor me. At the time I took my first SANS class, I had 32 certifications. Doesn't mean I'm a genius or anything. It just meant I've been applying myself. I've been learning things, but I also know that the more I learn, the more I discover that I don't know. That's security, right? The longer you're in the career, the dumber you're going to feel, because you're going to learn more things that you don't know. So I went to SANS, and Seth Meisner was teaching the class. And he seemed brilliant, funny, hilarious, has a better beard, like an actual full one, right? So I walked up to him, and I was nervous, like maybe not shaking visibly on the outside, but on the inside, I was shaking, because I was like, hey, I live in a rural area, blah, 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 blah. Here's my sob story. Is there any chance you would mentor me? And I totally expected he would just be like, I'm too busy. Like, just be gone. Be gone. And no, he gave me a list of things to do. He heard, what I'd done, made some recommendations. And I just asked. He said yes. And I feel like the hardest thing you can do, because it is hard, is find someone who you feel might fit as a mentor and just ask them. You want a certification from your employer? Just ask. Like, tell your story. We don't engage at that level very often.
I don't think I'd be sitting here if I didn't walk to the back of the 555 class and introduce myself to Justin's business partner, right? Yeah, you got to go outside your comfort zone a little bit and just ask and start those conversations.
Yep. And it's uncomfortable. But I feel like some of the areas you grow the most as an individual are the times that you are uncomfortable. So, Ismael, you have anything to add on that? Otherwise, I want to swing back and talk to Austin's question.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that and how sometimes finding a mentor is not like, just like sitting there, just like waiting for something to happen, like somebody showing up and saying, I'm your mentor, right? You also have to put some effort. And as a mentor, I'm more inclined to mentor somebody that has that initiative. If somebody's like, oh, I can't do this, I need a mentor, somebody come and help me. Well, what are you doing to reach out? You can volunteer. You can, attend these events and say, hey, if you need some help with some project, I'm here. I want to learn, right? You have an open source project, you have this, you have that. I would like to take some work. But as I said before, like somebody says, oh, I want to make 6 digits in cybersecurity and I need a mentor. Just give me something, give me work. Well, that's not how it works. Like, you have to show some initiative and put something from your side as well.
And you're probably going to always get a test line. Like, everybody I mentor, I will initially say, I need you to go try to do this or these few things. And what I'm doing is I'm testing to see if you're actually going to do them. And if you don't, I'm not going to mentor you because you're not willing to do it. They're never hard. It's just I want to see if you're willing to do the legwork yourself, because ultimately you have to. We're just trying to give you a set of direction. We're trying to steer, right?
Exactly.
All right. So let's swing back to Austin's question. How do you think about having a project portfolio such as GitHub, personal website, certs, degrees, almost like it's not a resume, but like here's my qualifications, my skills, especially like projects I've worked on. How do you guys feel about that as far as in this question? I'm assuming it's in getting actually hired.
I think I said this a couple months back on another Twitter space. I look for that when I'm hiring people. I look to see if they have a GitHub page and if they're going outside of their day to day and writing scripts, creating programs, or doing Hack the Box or Try Hack Me or any of these other things to help self-educate. I have a website with my stuff on it. I'm employed, but I still keep it up there so people know about me. And it's also my opportunity to write articles and understand and become a better writer. Like, it's good for yourself and it's good for other people to be able to find you and understand you.
I think that, again, every situation is different. And as a candidate, if you want to maximize the chances of you getting hired, having some education, it's important, because I might not even get to see your resume. If it's going through HR, right? Especially in a larger organization, they're going to check whether you have, and it may or not, may not be fair, the bachelor's degree, the CISP, and all of these things. And then I may get some of those resumes, and I will go into, okay, what do you have? What do you have on GitHub? So I might not be even able to get to see your resume if you don't have like the minimum requirements. The other piece is I have hired people that they had a lot of potential, but they were shy. They thought they had nothing to share. They had nothing valuable. And then by mentoring them and helping them to get out there, now they're amazing contributors to the community. But before that, they didn't have anything. They didn't have a GitHub. They didn't have a website. But they had that potential and they needed some help. So I think it all depends what you're hiring for, what type of position it is. And at some point you want to talk to that person, see if you feel a connection in the way they work and what, how they do things. So there is no one single answer to that.
Yeah, I think the answer is always going to be it depends. But for me, I think having projects or some type of personal portfolio, I love saying that, because especially if you're shy. Like if you're shy, it's going to be hard for someone to ask a question that you can be like, oh yeah, I've done this, 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 and this, and this, because you're shy. You're just naturally quiet. So for you, especially those of you who are shy, you might be a little socially off, and some of you are, that's fine. To be able to be like, yeah, I've rolled my own private WoW server. Quite frankly, that's actually cool. Like I don't play World of Warcraft, but if you've taken the time to roll your own Minecraft, World of Warcraft, if you wrote this Python phishing script thing, like if you have things out there and you can highlight them in your resume in like a little portfolio section, that gives the interviewer the opportunity to ask you questions about it. And you're almost kind of tailoring the flow of the conversation a little bit in your favor. That also works as a double-edged sword. You write a really, really, really simple program, but the name implies it does so much more. And they start asking you questions on it, and you're like, ah. So I would only highlight things that you're actually proud of. Unless you're a person that you're never proud of anything you do, in which case there is counseling for that, and we will try to give you some hugs, because you should be proud of yourself.
But it's about, maximizing your chances. So if you can do both things, that's definitely going to help.
You don't have to. You do not have to, but it could help. All right. Well, we're down to 6 minutes. We've done a fairly good job at answering questions. We might have missed some stuff in here. Lots of it depends, but I also hope we've given you very specific things that, like, given certain scenarios, steer this way. Like, maybe let's just kind of do a recap. Like I feel like one of the things we've mentioned over and over is find and identify what your motivation is behind the decisions, because you're not making an informed decision if you don't know what's motivating you. Don't have to have passion for the career. Maybe it's just security and stability. Totally fine, but find your motivations. What else do you think were key points we talked about today, guys?
Well, if you learn something, share it, right? It could be a little blog post. It could be something that you put on GitHub, but it's going to help you, and it's going to help others as well that are looking for that content.
I would say finding a mutual win. Help yourself by helping your company. Like I feel like that's had a huge impact on my career.
Some people call that manager, right?
Manage your manager?
Without the manager realizing that you're managing that.
It can't be manipulation. You actually have to want to do it.
Win-win. Let's call it a win-win.
Yeah. Come on, Brian. You got to have a key point in there.
Trying not to cough. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
But and again, like we're available. Like Justin and I, we do these mentoring sessions every now and then, whenever we have some time. But we're also on Twitter. Like we try to reply, to everybody. Sometimes it's hard, but people reach out to us. Also on LinkedIn, I try again to answer most of these messages, even if it's just with a couple of lines. But we try to help as much as we can, and don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions or there's something we can help you with.
And we will try to get probably next week or the week after the schedule for monthly mentor calls. I'm going on vacation literally as soon as this thing's over, and I'll be gone until Tuesday. So I'm going to ignore everybody's tweets until Tuesday because, like Stef said, I'm going to disconnect. That does mean if you tweet me, you're not going to get a response because it's going to be healthy for me to ignore you for a little bit. If you do reach out to someone to ask questions or for mentorship, anybody, and they don't respond immediately, I do feel it's okay to reach out again. If they don't respond 3-4 times, find someone else. I'm really bad that often your first attempt I might miss, but I should respond by the second one. If I don't by the third one, I'm being rude.
Or you're on vacation, right?
Or I'm on vacation. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there has to be a time period between these, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, so I guess the last key point then is if you feel you want a mentor, and a mentor does not mean someone that is your authority figure, just means someone you look up to. Ask. Can be anybody, and honestly, it can be Brian and Ismael are my mentors. I have many mentors at this point in life. And the more you have that you can actually trust, that's a good thing.
We all mentor each other.
Yeah,
that's the way. All righty. So I think we have a giveaway, don't we?
I don't know about that. Steven, do we? The only reason he's doing that is because he knows he's up next and he wants to put people in a good mood.
Giveaway.
So, let's do one more giveaway. And then Steven's actually going to talk about one thing we didn't mention, which is probably another key takeaways, and that's building your social presence, which can be very helpful. But let's do the giveaway first. You got the little counter thingy?
I do.
Hashtag all around defender.
We're at
go.
I would say Brian needs to read the name of the winner this time.
I can do that.
Yeah, put your name in there, Brian. Let's see if this is truly random.
Oh, I'll put it in there like 10 times. We'll see what happens.
We're at 70.
He's got a Python bot that's just going to flood the system right now, and
I think Justin wrote that Python. PowerShell script. It's a PowerShell script.
I love PowerShell, but it's more of my mistress at this point. Python is my jam. Although, I still love it. I still love them both.
Come on, guys. Let's get to 100.
I feel like the only language I've actually given up is Perl at this point. The others I still kind of use every once in a while. Sorry for those of you who still use Perl.
I'm frustrated that I cannot type all around Defender. We cannot type it.
I always forget to log in, so then I can't actually make comments, which makes me feel bad. Are we not going to get to 100 this time?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't see that. I see a lot of.
Now they're the same people. They're the same
comments.
people trying to see if it's pseudo random, which is all fair game. But
We need
now
more
I wonder,
bots.
the system's probably not calculating new entries correctly because there's so much bot entries now.
Yeah.
That's
Let's draw because we need to get to your talk. I want you to have ample
Are
time.
you guys-
Go for it.
You guys are hearing me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this drawing.
Somebody definitely wrote a Python script and it's just like bombarding the chat.
JC.
AC. All right.
Congrats.
Very
JC,
cool.
go ahead and connect with Michelle Peterson in the chat. She'll hook you up with your giveaway.
And with that, let's formally turn control over to Steven, who's going to talk about building your social media presence. Steven is also someone I would call a mentor. He's not a cybersecurity professional. He's a marketing individual.
Yes.
He's a fantastic husband, dad, and all around, he's just a really cool guy. So, Steven.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, let me see if I can get this set up real quick. All right. It's quite different when you're running the stream and presenting at the same time. All right. Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Stephen A. Hart. Invite you to connect with me over on LinkedIn and as well as on Twitter. I'm at Stephen A. Hart. And see here, I'm controlling two different laptops at the same time. So Justin said just a minute ago, I generally start every presentation off from a place of gratitude. And it would be probably bad luck of me because every presentation I've done, I've always started off from a place of being grateful for my wife of 13 years, Kristen, and together we're proud parents to two amazing crumb snatchers. And in the past couple of years, also rescued a couple of small dogs, second of which is still barking at me. But by day, I am so incredibly proud of being the slide here says the director of new media content at the SANS Institute. And I've been in that role for several months. As of this morning, was announced that I'm moving into a different role. So, you know, I continue to feel fortunate and blessed to lead SANS forward in this role over the last couple of years. Been a part of, I know many of you probably are subscribed to the SANS Blueprint podcast. If you're not, as a cyber defender, you absolutely should be. But I had a part with John Hubbard in creating Blueprint, producing Blueprint, as well as developing this live stream format that we've brought to you over the past year. And beyond SANS, for the past 6 years almost, February 1st, coming, mark 6 years, I'm a podcaster. And so I've been the host of the Trailblazers.fm podcast. And over that time, I've been able to interview self-driven founders, best-selling authors, passionate leaders. And really, my goal with this platform is to document, you know, fascinating and extraordinary stories in hopes of helping to teach actionable strategies and tactics and tools that hopefully enable my community to be able to blaze their own trail. And so I wanted to start things off and pause for just a minute and ask you to imagine if you could become the go-to person in your area of cyber expertise, be able to clearly distinguish yourself from the others around you and command a higher income that, you know, the fees, the salary, the comp that you know you deserve. What if you could gain the confidence and build that know, like, and trust within your professional community and just be able to access the freedom that you deserve and you desire and begin to really live life on your own terms? I want you to know that your personal brand, your online presence can help you to do all of this and a lot more. So in the next few minutes, I wanted to share a few key steps that you need to focus on if you're going to boost your online presence in 2022. And some of these include laying the right foundation, clarifying your message, building an epic LinkedIn profile, determining a good content strategy that's going to work for you, and making sure that your entire digital footprint is consistent and cohesive. So let's talk about the foundation, right? I believe everything starts with getting clarity clarity on your purpose, on your vision, and most importantly, on your priorities. Right? There's a Spanish astrologer, Andres Zuzunaga. He created the Venn diagram that you're seeing on the screen right now. It's called a purpose Venn diagram. And he believes that our purpose lives at that intersection of the things we love, what you're good at. Now, I love to sing. I'm not good at it. But, you know, you need to look at, you know, what you love doing, what you're good at, what the world needs. What does our industry need from you? And what can you get paid for? Right? At the heart of that is your purpose, right? And it could be many different things. I'm a multi-hyphenate. I have many different purposes to my being, but get really clear, put that down on people. And the second step that I want you to start doing is when you have clarity on your purpose, and I'll pause even before talking about the second step, is getting clear on your vision, right? I, several years ago, back in 2016, when I just started a podcast, did an exercise where I looked at what I wanted to accomplish, my big, what I call your big, hairy, audacious goals, right? What would I want to accomplish out 20, 30 years from now when I'm retired? And then I worked my way back. I started to reverse engineer those big dreams. And I have what I call a 10 and 10. Your 10 big, hairy, audacious goals that you hope to accomplish over the course of the next 10 years. It's going to take some time, but work on a notepad or whatever note-taking app that you prefer using, and start to give thought to what that might look like. Back then, I was like, hey, I want to interview 876 trailblazers. 876 is Jamaica's area code, where I'm from. And I wanted to have millions of downloads on my podcast. And that was a big, hairy, audacious goal back in February 2016, when I couldn't even get 100 downloads a month when I was starting out. But today, I've interviewed over 200, and I'm now over 400 and something thousand. The progress happens when you take one step at a time, but you have to get clear about your destination. Where is it you're trying to drive, right? Where is you're going from point A to point B? What is that destination? Get clear about that, because along the journey, right, along the cyber journey, you're going to have detours, right? If I'm driving from my house to Ismael in Jersey, right, there's going to be, some kind of accident that I didn't plan for initially when I put his address in Google Maps. Same is going to happen, right? Over this past 2 years, we've all hit roadblocks with the pandemic. So get clear about where you're trying to drive your career, your life. Get that down on people, because if you don't have clarity on what you want to accomplish for your life, somebody else will have clarity and put you to good use, right? So get clarity there on your vision, and then prioritize what it is that's most important that you're going to focus on. So when you have 10 years to get 10 goals accomplished, prioritize what needs to happen. What's the top 2 goals that need to happen in 2022 in order for us to get to 2032 and have those 10 big, hairy, audacious goals accomplished? So prioritize. So your purpose, get clarity on your purpose, get clarity on your vision, get clarity on your priorities. It took a lot of time talking about that, but it's that important. Next is clarifying your messaging, right? Everybody type in the chat right now. If you confuse, you lose, right? If you confuse, you lose. I need you to be very clear about who you are and what you do. If you can't be clear about that to yourself, you can't get clear to anybody else who might want to hire you, want to partner with you, want to do business with you, right? So one of the things I want you to get clear on is work on your bio, right? I'm going to talk about LinkedIn here in a second, but whether it's a speaker sheet and you're going to talk to SAN Summit team about getting on stage for the first time, who are you, right? Why would we want to put you on that stage? You need to be able to articulate exactly where you are and be your authentic you, right? Ismael talked earlier about hiring some people that may not necessarily have all the boxes checked, but there's some things that, you can bring light to in terms of your strengths and get that first opportunity, that first job opportunity, that first opportunity to talk somewhere, to speak as a guest on a podcast, or be able to land that role that you've desired for a good bit of time. So work on your bio. I'm happy to share a couple templates with you guys, but here are a few other tips, right, that go along with helping you to clarify your message. I want you to begin writing and speaking as often and as consistently as you can. It's going to take you many iterations over the long term. Over years, I've worked to find my own voice and my message. And even now, it's still going through iterations, right? We're humans, right? Things are dynamic. They're going to always keep changing. So keep working at that. The second thing is to get real and get vulnerable, right? You hear it almost to, the point that makes you sick, but everyone says, oh, be your authentic self. But it really is important that you're transparent as you can be with the people you work with the people around you. But that takes some level of vulnerability to be able to be open, to be comfortable being afraid, stepping outside of your comfort zone. And actually, it opens up the door to you being relatable, right? I experienced a big challenge in the last couple of years, a personal challenge outside of work. My dad suffered a stroke. Now, that has nothing to do with me being a marketer or being a brand strategist or being a podcaster or content creator, but I opened up about that journey, right? And I talk about that journey quite frequently, about the mental health challenges I experienced, about, the journey of trying to be a caretaker while being a dad, while being a marketer. And I invited people in. That was a vulnerable moment. There are many mornings I'm doing live streams on LinkedIn, and I open up and I talk about that. And what happens is you invite a connection. People can relate to that, right? So don't just keep it all buttoned up to just cyber. Let people in. Allow them to relate to you and get to know you and understand who you are. Those connection points are so important. Now, it might not necessarily be, a negative side, right? It could be connection points like earlier, Ismael shared his love for music over on Twitter, right? I love to share my experiences as a husband and a dad. What is it for you? It could be your college, it could be sports, it could be a number of different things. But, there are things that are obvious to you that are magic to others. You've got to discover and amplify your obvious magic, right? Begin to look at those parallels, begin to look for solutions, right? That your audience really is struggling with, right? Today, Ismael and Justin took day off to come and share their obvious magic with the thousands of people viewing this live stream, right? And we are grateful to them for it. But, what is it, that you can share, right? That's going to help other people. So again, I said this just a minute ago, there are things that are obvious to you that are magic to other people. And it's your job to discover and amplify your obvious magic. Third step, this is really practical. I want you to grab a pad and pen, right? I'm going to talk to you about a couple things with your LinkedIn profile that I want you guys to work on. So I took a couple screenshots of my LinkedIn profile last night while I was thinking about this, because I want you to work on a couple of these things. You don't have to do them all at once, but progress towards getting them done, right? We want to be able to move into 2022 and have a solid LinkedIn profile. Recruiters, 90% of recruiters, if they're looking at your resume, the very first place they're looking for you usually is your LinkedIn profile, right? People are searching the search engine inside LinkedIn is very robust, right? So I'm going to talk about a couple things here while you're looking at this graphic that I think is really important for you to pay attention to. The first thing that I want you to pay attention to is your cover, your profile picture, right? Make sure you have a high resolution profile image, right? Make sure there's not a lot of distractions in the background. You don't need to go and necessarily pay for a professional headshot, right? Most iPhones today or smartphones today are equipped for you to get outside in front of natural light and take a good quality headshot. Make sure it speaks to who you are, right? I'm rocking the pink blazer. I'm that guy, right? So that speaks to who I am. The next thing that I want you to pay attention to is the background cover. So many people still have this default cover, and you don't necessarily need to be like me and have, you know, this custom graphic, but put something there, right? It could just be a plain color background. Take advantage of making sure first impression is going to last, right? So put that up there. Recruiters are also looking at your pronouns, right? So make sure you show your pronouns. It's a sign of respect at this point, right? And then really give thought to a headline that is going to be a little bit about what you do, but also who you are, right? So I'm sharing with you, I'm a marketer at Sands, but I'm telling you a little bit more about the other parts of me, right? I'm driven, having interviewed people on my podcast, being part of LinkedIn's Create Accelerator program. And I'm a lover of live streams, right? I, over the course of this past year, have hosted, you know, more than 100 streams between Sands and my personal streams. And you heard me at the top of the presentation. I'm all about that dad life, right? I should have had a good dad joke right here, but, you know, missed the opportunity there. But go ahead, you know, take care of those items, right? Again, if you address that profile photo, your background photo, your headline, and, you know, immediately you move to the top of the bin in terms of setting the right tone when somebody lands on your LinkedIn profile. But there's something else that nags at me, and it's your URL on LinkedIn, right? When you are on your profile, let me come back here. Right here, top right, if you're on your LinkedIn profile, you're going to have a right column, and there's a link to edit public profile and URL. I want you to click on that, and it's going to open another tab that allows you to edit your custom URL. You want to click on that pencil, and many of you, if you've never done this, you have a LinkedIn URL right now with a bunch of characters behind your name. You want to remove that, and you want to clean up your name so that you can copy and paste that somewhere, right? And it's easy to show. It's always good advice to put your LinkedIn profile on your resume, right? So people can find that easily. I told you, the recruiters are going to be looking for it. Make it easy for them to find it. But don't give them all these characters to have to type out, right? So clean up that URL. Your about section should have some substance. It shouldn't be like 5 words, right? Add some substance, deliver a good elevator pitch. Feel free to share a couple accolades and accomplishments that you have accomplished, right? And the same goes for Twitter. Most of us are very active on Twitter. In the cyber world, you know, that's where we are most often, right? So take care of, again, your profile image, a good background photo, and your headline, right? I hope you find value in some of these. I've not been looking at the comment thread because I'm managing both right now, but trying to be the presenter for the moment. But step 4, I want you to start creating some meaningful and engaging content, right? Some of the mediums that you might consider right now include what we just talked about with LinkedIn and Twitter, right? Start creating posts. You can create polls. You can create a short text post, a long form text post, meaning you're writing a little bit more of a story in a post, Polls are really good. I just got accepted to a beta for LinkedIn's audio. So they're going to begin doing similar to Twitter Spaces. They're going to have audio events inside of LinkedIn pretty soon. And live streams, right? You can upload a video, right? Videos between 30 seconds and 3 minutes are really powerful inside LinkedIn, but also too are live streams. Live streams on LinkedIn require a bit more. You do have to apply for it and be approved. And you have the ability at that point to be able to start having dialogue like we are having today, right? Where thousands of people are able to access you and you're able to showcase your knowledge and expertise, right? Writing blogs is still very powerful, right? Writing blogs and articles on LinkedIn do really well. Again, I touched on this earlier, but you could become a guest on somebody else's live show or podcast, and you could host an event right now on Clubhouse or Twitter Spaces, which are very active places to be, right? Last night we did a Twitter Spaces, and today, right after at 3:30, Ismael's going to be doing a Spanish Twitter Spaces, which we invite you to attend. But take action, right? Start sharing content consistently. A year ago, I started doing a live stream once a week, and then twice a week, and then 3 times a week. And this week was the first week where I began doing a 30-minute weekday morning show at 8:30 in the morning before I get my workday started. That's me, right? So it doesn't take a lot for you to get out there. It'll take some work on the front side, but believe me, it's going to assist your brand. I've been promoted twice now in the last 6 months. And a big part of that is me putting myself out there, showcasing my skill, showcasing my talent, right? Talking about the things I love and that I'm good at and that the world needs and that I can get paid for, right? What I touched on at the top. The last step that I want to touch on is building a cohesive digital footprint, right? If you decide to build a personal website, which I highly recommend, you at the very least secure your name domain, right? For me, I own StephenAHart.com and I'm at Stephen A. Hart on most social platforms. It's easy for people to connect with me. So, if you have a website, that's great. It becomes the what I call the HQ to your online footprint, right? The headquarters of your online footprint. But at the very least, purchase your name domain, jump on GoDaddy and purchase that. You don't want to be in a situation where it'll cost you 15 or 20 bucks a year to own your name domain. And if you don't purchase it, someone else does, you'll never have that access again, right? I probably will never be able to purchase StephenHart.com, right? Because there's a dozen or more Stephen Harts in every city I've ever been in. And so, take care of purchasing your name domain. And then what we talked about, right? I'm showcasing John Hubbard here, right? John has done a great job of making sure that he's consistent across social. So when you find John's YouTube page, or you find him on LinkedIn or Twitter or his website, he's SecHub everywhere, right? His background photo is consistent. His fonts are consistent. His bios are consistent. You get the point, right? So take the opportunity to make sure that you're building a solid digital footprint for 2022, right? And believe me, if you take action on these steps, it's going to move you. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not a one and done. Building your personal brand, building your online presence is dynamic. It takes time, right? You're always going to be working on your brand and your online presence, right? It will evolve over time. But I hope that you found value in today's presentation, and I hope you consider putting some of these techniques into application in your work in whatever era of cyber you're in this year. Again, feel free to connect with me. I will go ahead and invite back Justin and Ismael back in on the floor.
Do we have to? No.
Now we have to ask him questions, like hard questions.
I'm going to start with this. Thanks. Because I know a lot of my presence has been from advice of Steven. Although, to be honest, all of your LinkedIn stuff I haven't followed, so I was doing that as you were talking. But we've had multiple phone calls, and part of my success has been because of you. So I want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Appreciate that.
Thanks for being
beat that, Ismael. Beat that.
The truth is that, it's easy to say that, your presentation was amazing, really good content. But what I like the most is that you speak out of your heart, and you have a really good heart. and that's important, right? Because at the end of the day, we've said this throughout the entire day, it's all about people, right? And what we do is not as important as who you are and who we are. And you're a super authentic guy, and we're proud to count you as a friend. So sharing that with everybody, awesome. We knew how awesome you were, but now everybody knows how awesome you are in the community as well.
Appreciate that, guys. I'll let you guys take it over from here. And so who do we have coming up now? We have Hubbard, and
we have the last panel, right?
Yeah,
and we have another guest. I think Andy is joining us.
Yeah,
we're doing the last panel, right? Yes, the stories behind the people. I'm looking at the clock on top of this live stream. We've been live for 4 hours and a half. I heard that we broke LinkedIn.
I think we broke LinkedIn, guys.
It timed out. We apparently set the event to end at 2, and then it died.
Oh, okay. Interesting. We broke the internet. I hear some feedback from somebody. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. I still hear some feedback. Is it from my side?
It's John.
It's John's new hobby.
It's John.
Is it me?
Are you playing? Yeah, it's you. I think it's your synthesizer that you have over there. Wasn't?
Or that thing. What does it actually sound like? Because there's construction happening upstairs too, so I have all sorts of crazy audio. Okay, I'll go on mute or take myself out.
It's not doing it now, right? We're good now, right? Well, there's an echo now.
There's an echo? Okay.
There's echo. Technology. There you go. Well, thank you, Andy, for joining us. This is a fantastic way to finish the day, talking about, well, what do we do when we're not defending against the bad guys? And let's have a look at what we have on Twitter. I mean, is there a way we can share that? Because there's a lot of cool photos that have been shared throughout the day since we posted the very first
I think
tweet.
you can just do the share screen, and Steven will make sure that gets thrown up here.
Let's do that, right?
You want to share it on your side?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I can do that. So give me a second. Okay, share screen. There you go. So what do we have? Oh, we have somebody pretending that that he can play the guitar, but I think wasn't it right after this? Man, there's so many posts. Look at this. So Mediterranean lifestyle, sailing. I heard that somebody here in this room that knows something about sailing.
Hey, Steven, can you get his share screen up here too? We're not seeing that yet.
Oh, we can't see it yet?
Steven! There we go.
All right. So you can still share things. So if you're watching this live, go to Twitter, post a photo of what you want to do, what are your hobbies, what do you do, stories behind the people all around Defender. And look at that. Jorge Orquiles, one of our sound instructors as well, pretending that he can play golf. Jorge, we love you. We love you, man. Barbecue, cars. Oh man, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What else we have here? Drummers. Oh, so that's my friend Mark playing drums. He doesn't have to pretend. I know he's a really good drummer. And on top of InfoSec rockstar as well. Thomas Rocha Yeah, what Thomas, tell us more about this hobby. Is this a hobby or what is this?
Or a problem, right?
Or a problem. This is Alex. Very nice. More music fans. Carlos, look at this amazing barbecue. Food, yeah, food is important, right? Cooking. Didn't we talk about that? I think last year we had didn't we have a session on barbecue with Chris Sanders? Because if not, we have to invite Chris Sanders to talk about barbecue.
I think we talked about it, but I don't think we actually executed that one. But I know he'd be game for it.
Scuba diving. Now, John, you will have to explain this. What is this? Is this like spaghetti cable in a data center, or?
I will try to explain it. Hopefully, my sound is working.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Is the echo thing gone?
No, yeah, it's all good.
Okay, perfect. Whew. Extremely complex audio setup going on today, trying to figure out if there's a way to do this on StreamYard. That is a synthesizer, which at some point here I will get around to doing perhaps a demo that will catastrophically fail, work really well. I don't know. I've never done anything like this before, so I guess we'll find out when we get there. But it's a modular synth.
Wow. So, yeah, we'll definitely call on you to explain more on what is this doing and how it works. But it seems like you have to do a little bit of reading, right, before you can get something out of this. Yeah.
Takes some practice.
I got to ask, is it made by IKEA?
It is not made by IKEA. It's made by a bunch of slightly different people all over the world in modules.
I was just saying, it looks like a lot of parts.
It is a lot of parts. Absolutely. That's where modular comes from in the name. It's a bunch of Legoed together musical instrument pieces.
Nice.
Looks fascinating. Talking about fascinating, look at this. This is what Stef was discussing before, right? Outdoors activities, and looks like she found like emeralds and a ruby. That's amazing. That's amazing. What else? Justin, I thought you posted some photos of your farm. Maybe I missed those.
I posted one of the horses. It's in there somewhere. It's all good.
Let me see. There you go. Right? Yep. There you go. So you want to explain more on this?
Yeah, I mean, so my disconnect is when I'm not working, I live on a hobby farm. I live where I live because I don't want to be in a city. I miss as much of the good food, by the way, but I can do fairly good cooking, and I have 8 miniature horses, 2 miniature cows, 2 miniature donkeys, 1 full-size horse, I don't know, a dozen or so chickens, this weird thing called a guinea hen, a couple guinea pigs. I got a lizard for my son, the standard dogs and cats, and I got a lot of animals, and that will probably slowly increase. I feel like when I retire, I'm going to open a small petting zoo, but there's nothing like what I like to do is I have 2 ponds on my property that you can go fishing on, and I go out there and set up a hammock. You know, I read a book, listen to an audiobook, or I just fall asleep and they'll come behind me and just kind of nuzzle on me. And
awesome.
I don't know, it's just peaceful. It's very refreshing for me to be out there with them.
So you're saying you don't spend the whole day like writing code or putting together VMs on Docker containers?
I mean, I would lie if I'd say some days I don't. some days that's my agenda. Well, it's never my agenda, but some days that does happen. But when I am in a work overload mode, that's even better of a disconnect. And oddly, having all those animals does not actually take that much time to take care of them. For the most part, my 9-year-old daughter handles feeding and watering. My son's helps there a little bit too, but maybe 5-10 minutes a day is what I'm actually responsible for. The rest is my daughter in a side-by-side, which that terrifies me a little bit. But, yeah. Great for raising the family, which, again, is part of the reason there. So,
did we get to see you jump any quads on the stream today?
I mean, if you want, I can disconnect and Steven can re-add me and I can chase them side-by-side. Last year I did a golf cart go around, but this year I got an actual side by side, and I can chase them around. They don't like it, but I think it's hilarious.
I want to see a sweet jump.
So the first day I got my side by side, I had a bunch of gravel and a huge pile of gravel rock for landscaping, and I tried to ramp it, but I also didn't want to go too fast. And so instead I got myself stuck teetering on the top. Hey, 4-wheel drive, but nothing's touching the ground, so you're stuck.
So I guess the purpose of this is to talk about, what helps us to disconnect. And I think it's different for everybody, but I found that in my case, there are certain activities that when I'm doing those, I'm not thinking on anything else. And for me, one is like music, and I always had that inclination, but I never put the time to learn how to play. And I found that when I started to, pick an instrument, it's not that I do it, well by any means, but when I do that, I forget about everything else, and it helps me to disconnect. It's like that reset button that helps it start fresh. And the other one is like playing soccer, but since I moved here to the US, I can. It's not that I cannot; it's that I haven't found the regularity that I had back in my home country with the friends that I had and everything. So, what is that for you, Andy? What's since we haven't had you before, I heard that you had really cool hobbies.
Yeah, I like to do a pretty wild and wacky range of things. I think maybe I've just got a short attention span, so I like to do lots of different bits and pieces. But very much like you, Ismael, the sorts of things I do are things that require all of my mental attention. So there's no chance to think about work or cyber-related things. So in the past, I've flown gliders, I've sailed yachts, I've done rock climbing, I've done a bit of kayaking. So you can probably see a bit of a theme here, outdoorsy stuff, right? I spend enough time sitting at home in front of a screen, and whilst I have a certain amount of my spare time, I do enjoy doing more screen time and learning new things and developing new stuff. When I want to switch off, I need to get out the house and do some of that really cool outdoorsy stuff. Excellent.
Anybody else has that urge to just go outside and get some fresh air?
Yep, absolutely. I'm big into running, so as much as I can get out of my house and just kind of run around the city. I live in Philadelphia, so there's good sights and kind of interesting neighborhoods and stuff. So yeah, it was fun to kind of just get out, stretch the legs, and be away from the desk.
That reminds me, didn't we talk last year about Blue Team Fit project?
We did.
Is that still going on? Do you have any updates on that? Or
I don't have any updates on it. It's just basically a static site with a bunch of resources. Yeah, if you go to blueteamfit.com, one of the things I did last year in my free time was become a certified nutrition coach. And so basically I just stood up a website that had a bunch of resources that related to the company I got the certification from, because they have a whole bunch of really good just healthy eating guides and all sorts of really good infographics basically. So there's a whole bunch of stuff just stashed there in a pile of good links if you're interested in that.
I think I might need to hit you up there on some of that, John. When you mentioned you like going running, I mean I go running. I don't like it though. But it's an unfortunate necessity, particularly after this Christmas and sadly a couple of years of COVID where I've not been able to get out and do quite as much as I would have liked to. But yeah, running is a good one just to kind of get a bit of exercise. And yeah, even if it's just like a 20-minute, half-hour break in the day, it's a great way of getting away from the desk, right?
Yep, for sure.
Not gonna lie, I need to get into some of that because the only running I do is called a Starbucks run, and I don't think that counts.
I'd be outside running right now, but I'm about 20 minutes from John, and it's cold out right now, and I ain't running. Nope.
Well, when it's cold, you're more urged to run because it's you get
it over with.
But yesterday I did that. I had to attend a webinar and I had to listen. Right, I didn't have much to say. And sometimes if I have to say something, but I don't have to share my screen. Andy, I was having a call with you a couple of days ago, right? And you saw me I was all wrapped up, and it was so cold out there. But still, it's even if it's just 15 minutes, it's good. You get some sunlight or fresh air or some air.
Yeah, I thought that's a really great idea. And I guess if you're in an area which has got decent kind of 3G, 4G connectivity, then, hey, that's great. I mean, yeah, we were speaking for, I think, probably a good, half hour, 45 minutes or so. And yeah, because it was that casual conversation, no problem with kind of having a bit of a stroll around, and I may have to steal that idea myself as well.
I feel like you have to have like something that is just a complete disconnect from the computer. Like, I know some people are like, oh, I like movies. I mean, I like movies, but if I'm on the computer all day and then I go veg out in front of the TV, I mentally don't feel, it's just not right. Like, I don't even know how to necessarily explain that, but like, you know, if I get outside, you breathe in the fresh air, you go walk at a mall, like, you know, even going to a restaurant, even though that's not like an exercise thing, it's just, I feel like you have to disconnect. You got to unplug and go do something else. Otherwise, your mind is just like, help me.
Let me put it this way. Have any of you ever sat down on the couch, turn on Netflix or whatever, and just watch some TV? And then after that, I don't care whether it's like 30 minutes or 3 hours, you feel like, oh, I feel energized. I feel like I want to do stuff after that. No, it doesn't happen for a reason, right? Now, if that's the last thing you're going to do that day, it's totally fine. I do it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing it. It's just, I think we as individuals in a computer-related field need a hard disconnect of some kind. 15 minutes a day minimum, and should be way more than that. But some of us are just in front of a screen all day to the point where, you know how monitors, when you keep them powered on all the time, they have like that permanent image burn. It's like we walk around with a mental permanent image burn. You just got to whack it to try to get it to refresh.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I love the tweets. I hope you guys are following this on Twitter, because there's a lot of new photos coming of people like showing their Jeeps.
Oh, awesome.
And cool
a lot of screen real estate here with all these windows open. I'll have to check it out in a minute. What I was going to say is, for me, very much like you, Ismael, I found like music was a really good distraction. I took piano lessons when I was a kid, and that was basically all I knew, right? Like I could play a scale, and I eventually played some good songs, but it was all by memory. I didn't know anything about music theory, really. And right at the start of the pandemic, I'm like, well, I need a good inside hobby. So, music, I got this iPad, there's GarageBand on it. Let's see what I can figure out. And 2 years later, I have a studio in my basement, which really just means I have some speakers and a keyboard and this synthesizer thing. But it's been a really good way of spending time in a way that just kind of like engages a very different part of my brain, and kind of fumbled my way through figuring out different things, how to, just construct different types of music and melodies and all sorts of other stuff. And I took some like online just self-guided classes and things like that. And so although it looks kind of computery in the end of the day, that picture that before, it's still a bunch of physical knobs. So to me, it's not using a computer, even though it's still a bunch of blinky lights and cables.
It's more analog than anything else.
Yeah.
By the way, I watched recently, talking about watching Netflix, a documentary. I think it's called "Watch the Sound," and it's very, very interesting for anybody wanting to learn more about. It's very geeky, but at the same time, explains a lot about synthesizers and beatboxes and things like that. They're pretty cool.
Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Yeah. With one of the things I did, like there's a course that I did, a 2-section course called Audible Genius. And it's just like this basic, making drum patterns, making melodies and chords and other stuff like that. And it's not too expensive. It's like $80 or something for the 2 classes. So if anyone else is thinking on that same line, that's, I think, one of the things I wish someone told me day one, just jump right into that class, because I should have done that a long time ago. That was the biggest help along the way.
Apple TV, not Netflix. So just reminded me.
Oh, okay.
Watch the Sound. Yeah, it's cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm going to throw it out there. So as soon as this gets over, like in the next 15, 30 minutes, I'm leaving for a date weekend with the wife, no kids, from Friday to Monday, Indianapolis, with no plans other than eating good and spending time with each other. And, I got to say that is one of my favorite disconnects that I never get to do. But I also know right now it's going to be hard, because I'll be driving, we'll be at the Airbnb we have, and I'll start thinking about work. And it usually takes like the first day before I can actually quit thinking about that at all. And then just truly like find that peace and enjoy the company of my wife. But family getaways, I think a couple months ago, I took the kids to Great Wolf Lodge which also drives your nerves a little high because all the other kids and families. But family time is important, and we need to be intentional about having that. We work a lot, and we need to honor our family and enjoy our family because we had the family, hopefully with intent as well.
So question for you: when you go on that trip, like, do you leave the laptop behind? That's a key one, because if you bring the laptop,
I don't, but I actually am really good about not like when I bring the laptop, it's if I'm gonna like watch like Hulu, Netflix, or something with my wife, and even then, that's not like it's not hard for me to put the laptop down when I'm out. But if I start working, then it is. But I am pretty good about not working at all. I tell all my employees, unless the data center's on fire, don't call me in. And even then, if you can manage it yourself, don't call me anyway.
So everybody, let's call Justin this weekend, right?
That's fine. I know how to power off my phone. Battery's dead. Brian, you've been quiet. Come on, I know you got a cough, but what do you do for fun?
Right now I got a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old, so they just kind of suck me away from it naturally, right?
So sleep, right?
Huh?
So your disconnect right now is sleep.
They don't let me do that. No. Before then, it was getting out and hiking. Just getting aware there was no cell phone reception, like nobody could bother me. I could do my own thing, and I would just disappear for a weekend with my friends. I've bounced from hobby to hobby for the longest time. I got an acoustic guitar in the closet next to me. Got a mountain bike downstairs that I just anything I can get my hands on to get away from the computer, I'll do it.
I know it's computer related, but I'm not gonna lie. VR games like the Oculus Quest 2, that's how I get my exercise, because it doesn't feel like exercise. It puts me in a whole new world. And I actually would say I feel invigorated from VR. I know Stef kind of mentioned that under the lines of exercise, but if I play the Oculus Quest for 2 hours until the battery's dead, when I'm done, like, I'm excited, I'm pumped. I feel like I want to go for a run. So I feel like that counts on my side. I like that. Brian, how did you not let me know? We could have played together.
Yeah, you play Beat Saber long enough, you're gonna feel it.
I can do some pretty mean Beat Saber.
I like what Bale says. Any stand-up comedy shows. So a good laugh, isn't it right? Like a good laugh just like gives you so much energy. So yeah, that's it doesn't have to be something like super complicated or like super. I don't know, like flying planes looks like amazing, Andy. But I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to start. Like, how did you start with that?
Well, yeah, that was way back at university. My uni had a gliding club, and so I always liked flying. So I thought, hey, I'll give that a go. And yeah, just really learned from there. But I mean, it's a great way, again, of like enforcing that switch off, right? Because if you're, several thousand foot up in the air flying an airplane, you're not going to be checking your emails on your phone at the same time, right? Same, I guess, Brian, if you're halfway up a mountain and no phone signal, it's like tough. You've got to switch off. You've got no choice in the matter. Which I'm kind of curious how Justin, you managed to have the self-discipline not to turn your laptop on when it's kind of like there at the side of you, just saying, "Come on, turn me on, check your emails." Whereas I think I really value those activities where they just don't permit that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the addict behavior. How do you get past it? You acknowledge it. Like, I think that's the difference, is a lot of us don't acknowledge it. I know if I do one thing for work, I'm going to do 5 things for work. Therefore, I must do 0. It's not something I've always done successful with, but I'd probably say in the last couple of years, I've done really well with. You got to train yourself, or you have to completely disconnect because you admit that you can't train yourself. One thing I did, and I don't know if this is recent because of like the pandemic, but they're starting to be where you can sign up for cooking classes online but they ship you the material and you get like a famous chef, like the Carlos Bakery or Ivan Ramen. So like I did that with my daughter, and we did a spicy ramen, which like set her face on fire, but that was a lot of fun. So if you've never heard of those, I did it through Goldbelly. But I just feel like getting things that you work your hands, you work your mind, you disconnect, that'd be fantastic.
Wow, what's that? What are we looking at?
Oh, that looks like one of my mugshots. So this is some flying up in the, I think this is over the mountains in New Zealand, just over Mount Cook, somewhere around the area there. So about 15,500 feet in a glider. So a brief tow up by another aircraft, but then using the natural air currents and thermals and wave to get a bit higher. And yeah, absolutely amazing experience. Most of the flying that I've done has been in the UK with some, quite frankly, slightly boring scenery of mostly kind of like very gentle, if not completely flat fields. Whereas this, well, it combined my other love of traveling as well. So travel to the other side of the world and combine that with a bit of flying. So yeah, absolutely amazing experience. And because I find the gliding a very, it's very, it instills a sense of freedom, really. There's no noisy engine at the front of the aircraft that is making it difficult to hear. It's very peaceful, very relaxing, and really just the only thing to keep you company are the occasional flock of birds who are sharing a thermal or something like that. So it's like I say, a really great way to switch off, to chill out, and also learn something new. I'm not a TV person at all. Someone was mentioning before about potentially like chilling out in front of the TV. I feel like if I do that, I'm just like wasting my time. I do it occasionally, but then I usually feel a bit guilty about it afterwards. But something like the flying or the sailing or a few of those other activities, they're skills that can be developed and learnt as well, which really helps have a objective, a reason to continue doing them as well.
So let me ask you this, because I mean, we didn't introduce you, but you're an amazing security architect, working for a very large company, a multinational, security 530 instructor. Does this help you? Like, does it help you to be a better security guy, or is it completely unrelated? Or
Yeah. I'm laughing, Ismael, because I in preparation for this session today, I was thinking, what sort of questions will Ismael answer me? And this was the one that came up, and I was thinking, I really wish I could say something really insightful. And yes, how flying is, something happened at flying that suddenly really helped me with a security architecture problem. But the reality is, no, they're two very, very different things. But I think that's why it's so good to do something so different. It exercises a completely different part of the mind, and it lets that other part kind of relax a little bit. I would say maybe there are slight crossovers in the non-technical space, right? In terms of just general life experience, experience working with other people or communicating with other people, some of those softer skills. Certainly with the flying as well, I actually did a little bit of instructing for a short time. And so there's a bit of that process of just like general teacher-student type thinking mentality around that. But yeah, in reality, they're very, very different things. And I think that's why I enjoy doing some of those activities so much.
So I would say that it helps you probably to be balanced, right? And a more... something maybe I found that is that when people have like other interests outside of cyber, it probably helps them to be more reasonable as well, because you expand your horizons and you feel like, okay, there's always more to learn from, let's say.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I guess it also enables, like I say, the mind to rest, so that then when I come back to something in the cybersecurity space, I'm actually really energized about it because I've not done this thing for a little while. And so I feel like I'm instantaneously more productive. I mean, there was a session earlier talking about burnout, and I've certainly found over the pandemic period where I've not had an opportunity to do many of the sorts of hobbies that I would normally want to, I focused more on cyber because it's something that's been very accessible during the pandemic. Just need to sit in front of a screen, right? But there's definitely been times where I've lacked the energy. And I think it's because I've focused so much on that one area and I haven't had those other hobbies, those other activities to completely take my mind off of it, take me to a different space, and then make me want to then come back into that cyber realm and actually be far more productive when I do.
So I've learned two things. One is like my questions are predictable, right? Based on what you said. Second, I want to be, my goals, right? For 2022, I'm going to be writing this down. I want to be mentored by Andy.
And Andy needs a dog.
Very welcome. Sorry, what was that, Justin? I missed that.
You need a dog. You need a dog.
Oh, I totally need a dog. I would love to have a dog. At the moment, unfortunately, I live in a small little flat. And so I would struggle to have a dog at the moment. But I tell you what, as soon as I move to a house with a garden, I'm definitely getting myself a pooch.
There you go. Animals make a difference. I'm biased, just a little.
Yeah.
Justin, I don't know you, but I'm so like looking forward to learn more about John's new toy. And you said you were going to play something, so I can't wait.
I will try. Yes. So if we're ready to move into that, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me give some quick intro if that's where we are on this. There's a good chance that the sound might not work, so we'll see where this goes. Before I get to that, the intro here and what I'm going to attempt to do and what also made this a fun hobby. One of the things I always did is I worked, writing classes, doing whatever it was, right, was listening to music in the background. But I often found that like listening to words, like music with words in it was somewhat distracting. And I usually, I veered into like the instrumental stuff and kind of the more just chill, whatever it was, kind of music. So digging my way through all of that, YouTube has these big compilations, and I ended up running into like electronic music made with modular synthesizers. I started listening to that. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. And people were saying like generative modular music. And I was like, that sounds cool, right? And so what it is specifically that I do with this, although it can be a normal synth and play whatever you want, is what I usually do with it is get it to play itself. And so what I will be doing, hopefully, here is trying to live patch up a thing that will basically, I'm going to be setting like the rules, but I'm not going to necessarily pick a specific order of notes. I might pick a group of notes and say randomly pick some, sway back and forth at this rate. You kind of set the parameters, but the thing does its own thing. And usually, at least the way I make it, you can do whatever you want, ends up being something that makes great background music. So for me, it's like I could take the break, go over, patch some stuff up, plug it in, let it run for the next, couple hours while I do work. And then it's just kind of like fun, audible wallpaper that sits there and makes pretty blinking lights. So that's kind of the other inspiration behind this. So I'm not going to be putting on like a concert for you or anything here, but we'll end up with something that if I'm successful, I would say maybe you might want to take a nap to, or otherwise do some work to, or something like that. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Every single time it's different. And so
does it fit in the category of machine learning or not?
It certainly could. I'm sure that I could weave that in because I can make it interface with the computer. So it speaks, MIDI. I can write the code and have it play those notes and have it machine learn, right? Yeah.
So now you're going to have a wearable that it changes what it does based on what it thinks you're doing.
Yeah. So you laugh, but there's a company called Instro that make this module that is meant to have bioelectric feedback. So like people will literally make music based on bioelectric feedback from a sensor slapped on a plant and then let that drive the machine. So like that's actually a thing. So it was a super weird like world of, first time I saw it, I'm like, what in the heck is that? Very much like my Twitter photo, right? And so anytime that happens, I'm like, all right, now I got to learn what it is. And now here I am, a year later having bought one. And by the way, all of this stuff, well, I like the hardware version of it. There's a free software version. There's this thing called VCV Rack, and if you just search it, it's basically what I'm going to show you the hardware version of, but it's, freeware, and you can play with it and learn whatever you want. So there you go. Now let's see what happens here if I try this.
Kids, don't do this at home
Yeah.
without any supervision.
All right. First question. If I plug this in, this is just going to be my sound test here. So there's a whole bunch of cables, right? Notice there's nothing going on here. By the time we're done here, this is going to end up looking like unicorn spaghetti of some sort.
It's going to look like everyone's wiring closet back at the office.
Yeah, pretty much. Can you hear that?
No.
No?
Not yet.
Nope.
No? That's... Oh, wait. I got one idea. But this might make that weird feedback thing come back. Let me try.
Nope.
No? Oh, man, that's a bummer. I got on my own StreamYard before this, and I tested it out, and it worked. But this was what I was afraid of. We may not be able to do it.
We see the blinking lights.
Yeah, that's not... I mean, that's kind of the fun part. But if you can't hear it, that's going to be the issue. So I'm trying to, like, pipe it through OBS and play...
You can plug in a bunch of cable, and we can do the... where we have to try to guess how to defuse the bomb.
It ends up looking like that. Unfortunately, we may be stuck if I can't get anything to come out of the sound.
There we go.
Oh, you could hear that?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes?
It's like very...
Yeah.
It's very quiet?
Very quiet, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, in that case, let me...
Oh, yeah. That's
Does that help? Oh, okay. So I guess I just have to turn it up super loud. Okay, well, let's go like that then. Okay, so this thing right here, this is a groove box, which basically means it will play its own sound and notes, or it can send them to something else. I am having it send it to this thing here, which is a module that basically receives MIDI. MIDI is a way of digitally transferring play this note at this time. So if I do that, what I can do there is take this module and plug it into this thing right next to it. And when I hit play on this, you will see lights start blinking. Ooh, it's kind of hard to see. Let me unplug this light here. There we go. So that will, if things go correctly, make the thing next to it function, which is basically acting as a clock for everything else going on. I'm going to take a... So this is basically a sequencer, and if I hit like some notes here and there and there, ideally I can make it play some notes. Let's see if that's gonna work. Are you hearing that tone?
Yep.
Okay. So from there, I should be able to get it to do some fun stuff. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go from this thing, which looks like it's... Oh, mixed up cables already. There's my problem. There! All right. From that, I'm going to clock this over here. This is going to send us random notes to play into that one, and from there hopefully I can get some kind of noise out of this one. And I assume you could hear that as well.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, so let's do this.
Where's
From
the
the-
cable management?
Yeah, I know, right? That's kind of the fun part, is at the end it just looks absolutely insane. So we go from here, go to there. This is a filter, so I can like low pass filter it. So when I turn it down like that, it kind of fades out. High pass filter. Can do all sorts of crazy stuff like that. But I'm not going to do that yet. We're going to leave that one there for the second. Okay. So from here, I should be able to get this to play. Various different notes here. What's going to happen is I'm going to take that tone coming out of this thing, and I'm going to send that to a thing. Then we'll turn it into, instead of just one solid, boring noise, something a little more exciting than that. If I've never tried to like speed through this before, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. Did I just see a crazy flash? Oh, maybe not. It's like, what's going on over there?
If you drop off the internet, now we all
If I drop off, yeah, exactly. Right. So let's see. This thing is not. Oh, I know what I did wrong. That's why. Okay, there we go. That's going to that. You can see how this would be a confusing thing to follow here. There we go. So this basically is the notes that are playing across the top. I've set up those to do certain things. And then this filter controls that. This is a different filter. From there, now let's add some reverb. And that's where things start to get more magical. Instead
this
of
is exactly like Spotify, right? Just click on something and it starts playing.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's basically the hardest way of doing anything musical. So we plug that in, and then we bring in, things start sounding dreamy and fun. And then from there, we can add drums. This is a module over here that basically just kicks out a trigger signal from these wires to go to this thing, which plays drum sounds. That one's simple. And longer cable. You hear that?
That sounds cool.
So with that, that's basically just like a back and forth kick snare pattern, but I can turn this knob here and it'll change the pattern. And then we can go back to some of these other filters where stuff is plugged in. And here it sounds different as I turn this knob up and down. What we can do with that, automation, everyone's favorite thing, right? This thing right here that has a whole bunch of crazy lights blinking, I'll slow it down. It's basically a robotic hand that will just turn that knob for you back and forth. So we can take that, throw that into here. And now what it's basically doing is it's turning this thing back and forth for me, which is the filter on the sound. So you can do that kind of thing. And from there, if I can get this other one working, we can bring a bass line in, and then I think that will probably... So that's like not the right tune. This makes a bunch of different noises. There we go. We could just do that. Bring that to one of these over here. So anyway, you get the idea. I won't drag this on super long because I know that everyone's got better things to do after a 4.5-hour stream. But the idea is here, which I of course didn't make a great example of, is you can set up all of these things with a bunch of different kind of positions and parameters, and you can set up what's going on over here. I can randomize this, for example. It'll play different notes all over the place. And you build up like basically a sound that you like, a filter that you can tweak around and have it do whatever you want, and then like something that will automatically change the parameters on it, right? So you could change the different drum beats, you could change the sound, you can change the notes, kind of everything, and you just have it morph all over the place. And every time you set this up, you get something different because there's 1,000 knobs and 1,000 wires, and so you never really know where it's going to end. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's garbage. And so as long as you can kind of think in your head like, oh, I want drums, I don't want drums. I want bass, I don't want bass. I want the bass to change notes, or I don't. I want it to randomly skip notes. All of that stuff is totally possible. It would take a lot longer to set up that kind of thing. I just wanted to set up some like basic noise and kind of visual fun here. But that's kind of the idea. So you put all these things together, you tweak it all, you can have things tweaking each other, you can put in feedback loops where you have one thing affect another thing, and then bring it back to the beginning. And it's all just an insane like mix of stuff that once you tear it off, if you didn't record it, you're never ever getting back to that point again. So it's one of those things where it's good for entertainment for the moment. You set it up, you craft it, you make a sound you like, you listen to it for as long as you want to, and then you rip it all down, and then you bring it back and do it again the next day, or whatever it is that you want. So fun way of disconnecting by connecting a whole bunch of things from one place to another. And that's how I've spent the last year? I don't know. Learning how to do this and all the principles behind it is like diving into the deep end of synthesizers. The easier way to do this is you buy a keyboard and you have like 4 knobs on it, and they all do like, it's kind of like buying Windows versus Linux, right? This is the Linux of musical instruments. You can literally do anything you want, but it's very painful, and you got to know exactly how to pull it off. I think that's probably the best way that we could establish kind of what modular synthesis is about. So if you like this or this idea or anything about this, there is VCV Rack, which is that software I was talking about that you can learn to just do all this. It's all just software modules that you can infinitely replicate all yourself. There is just tons of YouTube content of people. I see people in the chat room like, hey, SoundCloud, put this on YouTube 24/7. There's a lot of like, there's a person on YouTube called State Azure, which is just like incredible music that he has like a wall of this. And he's got like the blue lights and I swear like fog or something going on in there. It's pretty amazing. And so like, even if you never want to make it yourself, it makes great background music. You can definitely check out that kind of thing online. Or if you have any questions, tweet them at me and I will point you in the right direction. But there you go, your super mini, super brief modular synthesizer demo there by a very much non-pro.
I love it. So what's the learning curve on this? Like how much time did you put into learning the fundamentals versus just experimenting and playing around?
It took a while because I didn't know anything about synthesizers going in, and instead of starting the right way, which is like learn a real normal synthesizer, I was just like, I'm just going to go right into modular synths. And my reasoning behind that is I was an electrical engineer in college, and a lot of this kind of looks like a double E lab. It's like, oh, it's sine waves going from here to there and filters. I'm like, how hard can it be? It was pretty hard. Maybe not as hard as it would have been had I not had that background, but yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a while to build up. So if anyone's thinking of getting into this, yeah, I would learn the basic principle of creating things with a normal synthesizer. And you can get software versions of that too, and do it all on your computer and then move into hardware whenever you want to do that. So that is that.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
That's a fantastic wrap-up, right, for this week. I mean, not this week. Hey, it felt like a week. But... All righty. Still hear some echo. It's probably coming from...
Oh, that's me. I'll mute.
From John.
I've got to ask, I know that this was meant to be your non-cyber security hobby, but have you ever tried hooking up some of those inputs to like an IDS? and make like an audio version of a Pew Pew map. I think that'd be awesome.
I have thought exactly that. In some future, this is like secret plans that I was never going to say, but whatever, it doesn't matter. In some future, no, it's probably not going to happen, but maybe it will if someone helps me. I have a smaller case of this that I can actually travel on the road with. It's like a quarter of the size, and I would love to hook it up to the internet with firewall logs and get the internet noise to make music and be an input into this thing. So yes, I've absolutely thought of that and thought, maybe I could bring it to a Net Wars someday or do whatever, turn it into another at night talk or whatever. Once I figure out how to do it, the problem there is how do you make almost random noise? Like, is it ports? Is it the timing? Is it the IP address? That has to somehow convert into either a rhythm or a note. And that's the part I haven't figured out. With the rest, I could, Python MIDI code. I can make. And
then you let us know the IP, and we send you a Christmas scan right with Nmap, so we can just
So someday, if that is successful, then maybe I'll set it up in a corner in my room, and it'll just be one of those streams where it's like, listen to the internet in beautiful tones. We'll see if I ever get there or not.
Oh, I'd love to see that. That'd be awesome.
I didn't think of an IDS though. That's an interesting one. I thought firewall logs might be a good one, but yeah, that kind of thing too could be pretty cool.
Well, I think that's it, right? Justin, do we let you go on vacation?
Yeah. I would like to take vacation with my wife. You guys are killing me. You're killing me.
I see you're ready.
If I got the message right, we've got one more giveaway though, right?
We have one more giveaway.
Okay, let's do it.
Actually, hold on one second.
This one is for Andy. Andy, you got to take this one.
Let me share my screen.
Oh no, what do I do?
You just tell people to do that hashtag thing and then make some cool sounding things.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get smashing that all-round defender hashtag in the comments. I think I've seen parts of the earlier stream. We need to get at least 100 before we go, right?
We hope for it. It's later in the day, and we technically are already over, so I don't know if we'll get 100. But
we lost Steven, LinkedIn. That was the problem.
Yeah. Steven, where are we at number-wise? 53. Oh,
we can do better than that, right?
We can do better than that. Come on, guys.
70. Come on. It's end of day. One more swag. I heard this one's going to be a free synthesizer. Is that? Oh,
no. Funded by Justin.
John will play a personal show
music for your weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, Ismael, while we're waiting for this number to tick up, you want to tell us about this Twitter Spaces that's happening in a second?
Yes. So in about 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes, we're going to have this Twitter space in Spanish, in Español. So join us, and we'll have a conversation over there. Friday evening, Friday afternoon, relaxed conversation. You want to talk about what we discussed today, mentoring, anything you want, and that will wrap up the all-around Defender event.
And for those that aren't familiar with Twitter Spaces, if you hop on over on Twitter to Sans Defense, the handle Sans Defense, we'll have a Spaces happening there. No video, nothing's recorded. You can listen in, or you can come up on the stage and actually engage with us about what you've enjoyed today with Ismael. So let's go ahead and do a drawing. This number's stuck at 62. Let's let these folks enjoy the last win of the day. Who's it going to be? Steve Dash.
Congratulations.
There you go.
There we go. All right.
Congratulations. All right. Well, I will allow Ismael and Brian and Andy, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate having you. I'll let Ismael and Justin wrap us up.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. We had an amazing day. This is the second year we do this, and hopefully not the last one. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and stay in touch. We have a good community and a lot of great people with less experience, but we can all continue learning from each other, technical and non-technical stuff, and that was the purpose of today. To reconnect. Hopefully, you feel you have some ideas, you feel refreshed, you don't feel alone, you feel that we're all, on the same boat, except for Justin, that he's going on vacation, but it's all right.
Yeah. Hey, we also learned you should disconnect.
Exactly.
I'm just practicing what we preach here. That's
hands-on
all right.
training. Yeah, hands-on.
And we'll be sharing some monthly mentor calls here probably next week. I'll get with Ismael on that. I've slacked off a little bit on my YouTube channel, but I'll try to get some more stuff out there. But socialize a little bit, folks. This is good. Get that whiteboard out, set some goals. Don't kill yourself to meet them. Just set a plan and see how it goes. And thanks, everybody. This has been a good one. And yeah, we'll keep doing this. I enjoy this summit because it's not really a summit, but it kind of is. I like when it can be kind of whatever.
Relaxed version of a summit.
Yes.
All right. Well, take care, everybody. Be safe. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much.